T minus 1 minute. T minus 50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds. T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Hi, everybody. So I know I didn't give a whole lot of notice on this stream and all, but, you know, we did say last night when we talked about this that we were going to kind of do something early in the afternoon and just kind of get into it, you know. Let's do a quick little roll call. All right. Miss Blondie. Hey, baby. Thumbs up, thumbs up. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Picks. Not sure who these people are, but I'm here for your algorithm. I'll get into who we're talking about here. I actually did a little brief coverage on Pierre last night, but I will show you guys a little bit about him so that you can kind of get an understanding of who we're talking about. Hello. Well, I'll be looking forward to seeing you again in 20, Bunny. Hi, Fiona's mom. Good to see you. How are you? Everything good with you today? Hi, Crab Apples. It's good to see you. Pink Cactus. Always a pleasure, my darling. Good to see you. Aunt No Angle. Hi. You're a new face, but I always appreciate seeing new faces. You know what I mean? Pix, I bailed before you came back last night from getting Romeo back inside. Okay, well, that might be why you don't know who we're talking about then, because it was close to the end of that because of the situation. Hi, Okie Dog. Good to see you, darling. Cranberry sauce. Yay, I'm glad to see you finally made it live. It is really good to see you. And of course, the ever so illustrious Mr. House of Hannibal. Hannibal, while I got you, are you free? Would you want to come up and talk? Because it would be nice to have a male perspective. Let me see here real quick. Invite guests. Copy. Close. Nightmed's kicking in that song, Sensory Overload, made me laugh so much. I hope no one thought I was being harsh or dramatic. Absolutely not. I mean, I'm going to tell you while we're waiting on Hannibal real quick. I'm going to give you a real quick little introduction to Pierre. Pierre is actually, he's a singer. He's an artist. He does all kind of crazy off the wall stuff. He's been on YouTube since the very early years of YouTube. Salty, you mean a cisgendered adult, non-related and consenting male perspective? Yes, that's exactly what I meant. You know what I meant. And I mean, Pierre is he's a very unusual guy, but I love that about him. He does not take himself serious. He's one of those people that he takes himself too seriously and not seriously all at the same time. And it's those things about him that to me makes him incredibly fascinating. But he's a very, very smart guy. He gets into very, very deep philosophical conversations. And to me, I love talks like that, you know. Let me find a real silly one to kind of give you guys an idea of how off the wall he is. He just, like I said, he just doesn't, he's very bright. He's very, very smart. He's very philosophical, but he is very much the goofball. And the fact that he can do both and maintain such a normal balance of it all, to me is really great. Because if you take yourself too seriously, all it does is make you crazy. This one is, I traveled to the future after this unboxing, frozen for 3,000 years.
XO 5000 is here.
La Sierra Lonnakai. Sure, I go through a lot of shit, but I also don't. I also have people that I absolutely cherish and people who cherish me. And one of them today is from Raving Raven, beautiful soul. The story behind this package, you might be looking at this and why does this look like a squashed cucumber? Why does it look like mashed potatoes? This package has been abused, man. If you want to know the story, she sent me a package from the US and it landed in the Czech Republic. And if you know what the postal service is in the Czech Republic or Central Europe, they don't actually do their job most of the time. So what they did, Czech Republic saw it was dedicated to Pierre XO, and they're like, oh, looks like an Asian guy, BTS, all right, we'll send it to China. So they literally picked up the package and sent it all the way to fucking China. Because that's exactly what happens when you mention Pierre. The first thing you think, oh, BTS, China?
Yeah.
Okay. So then it was in China for like 3 weeks or 2 weeks or something crazy. And she had to contact the fucking postal service and then eventually convince them to send it back to the Czech Republic. And then finally, after like a month and a half, it's here. When I showed up to the postal service, it was 20 minutes before my Tinder date, the horrid nightmare that you just heard about. They literally, I got the number 104 and each number was like 87, 90. I was like, I'm never going to get this fucking package. 97, 103. I was like, oh my God, I'm next. 108, 109, 110, 113. I'm like, what the fuck happened, man? It just literally skipped my fucking number. I'm not meant to receive this package. Unbelievable, man.
He's a very old soul.
3 minutes before my date. So I'm like, fucking.
Yeah, that's exactly who it is.
Anyway, so here's the package, and we're gonna open it up. This sad package. Can someone play Mad World while looking at this? Worn out packages. Worn out packages. It's so cute. I love it already. I don't know if you guys notice, I like roses. Inspired by the 2 roses in this box, how one has more flaws than the other, but they're both equal in beauty. That's fucking cute. Oh my God, this is so. Everyone comment roses below if you fuck with the roses. If you fuck with compassion and unity and love for all. As they lay, they see the other's beauty and realize that they are the same. Romance ain't dead. It's amazing that I can go from a situation like that in real life and actually, dude, the internet isn't that bad of a thing, guys. Social media and the internet is not that bad of a thing. You can find some really amazing people, man. And honestly, like at this point, after dealing with that fucking shit, I like the internet. Oh my God, these are all packages. No fucking way. Dude, no fucking way. 3 months ago, I found these things on Wish. And I was like, I really want these things, but I just can't get myself to buy them because I could imagine me on a unicycle with my hair and everything, and looking the way that I do, an electric unicycle with these on, dude. Dude, no way! With the fucking vape on the unicycle, man. Like, this is crazy. Dude, I feel like I should only do like 80s action taglines wearing this with the unicycle and then the vape. I look like I'm straight up from like an 80s sci-fi film. You called?
Okay, I'm not going to play that whole thing, but that is actually Pierre's natural personality. He is very, very silly. And that's one of the things that I like about him. When he's talking about the unicycle, he has one of those electric unicycles that, you know, you don't see them very often, but he has one. And through the summers, right after the lockdowns lifted, or they were letting people out during the day and not out at night, he would literally go out and live stream the whole day while he was out on these unicycle rides, taking the audiences to different places and telling them about the history of the place and the stuff that he loved about them. It was kind of like almost a Narnia sort of feel to things, because with everybody being shut in their houses at home and the fact that we weren't able to get out and freely experience the world, being able to do that along with him made me a really huge fan of his. He's an Aquarius, and he goes through periods of full-on self-depreciation, doesn't take himself seriously, I'm a fool, and he acts like a court jester. And then he goes through complete states headlong in of nihilism and emotional disruption, and he questions everything about himself and his life. And there's never really a fine-tuned middle ground. And I think that's just who he is. And I think that's just a culmination of his life experience. And I really enjoy him. I like opening his live streams and just listening to them while I'm doing things. He is my mental break from the girls. And he could not be more opposite than the girls are. He actually has something to contribute to the conversation versus just entertain me that we get from ALR and from Foodie. In relation to the title and relationship complexities and talking about Jubilee and him, he was around on YouTube for quite a while, and then he went on Jubilee. And from there, his platform blew up, and it kind of changed the his perspective on the internet and on people, kind of on their head, as it were. And I bring him up for us to talk about him because there has been a recent resurgence of the conversation about the Jubilee video that he was in. This video, the Jubilee video, came out probably, let's see, 6 years ago. And as one can imagine, it did not go well because of the dynamics between him and the young lady that were on this video together. 2 years later, which would be 4 years ago, they had a online meetup again where they talked to each other again. And at that point, Abba and Preach actually did a response video, which kicked it back up again. And then this past week, somebody took a clip from that original interaction between the two of them and put it on TikTok. So now we have a whole new generation of responses from the millennials and the Gen Zers. And that's what prompted me to ask you guys whether or not we wanted to talk about it or not. Because, you know, things, once they're on the internet, they are forever. I also say too, I said it in Twitter, that, you know, even though it is not, this video has really nothing to do with Foodie. there are coinciding dynamics and behaviors that we'll see and we'll talk about that do actually line up with the things that we see from Foodie. Not so much, I don't know if it's really applies to ALR, but it definitely does for Foodie. While Hanny is getting himself set up, girl, the internet is full of weird people. Kalari, you know this girl, but if you can find the weird that actually matches up to your weird, then that's what makes it worth it, And I said this earlier, Pierre is a very old soul. He is a millennial, but he very much relates to all things Gen X. He has a lot of Gen X perspective. He dresses very Gen X. He is what you would call very androgynous in his appearance. And even when he has changed his appearance to be more masculine, he's still very androgynous. At Crab Apples, he has actually, that video was from some time ago. Let me see how long ago that was. 4 years ago. And since then, he has taken up boxing. He goes to the gym, all that stuff. He is very more physically defined. He's gained a lot of muscle. He actually caught a lot of backlash from his audience for that, if you can believe it. It's wild how much of a distaste the audience that he had actually responded with, because his audience was like 80% female. I don't fault you that, but I don't deal in wanker scabs, baby. Hey, Gina Bina. Good to see you. Hi, Camps. How are you today, darling? He is very articulate. That's something too that I love about him, because he talks about things in such a way. And I've actually shot him messages and stuff before and told him, thank you, because he has such a way of expressing what other people feel and see and perceive in a way that a lot of people have trouble describing. So the fact that he's able to do that is really, it's a gift. It's a true gift. No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Y'all just know that Cobra's not my jam, y'all. Hi, Camby. How are you, baby? It's good to see you. All righty. Well, now we're just waiting on the man to get up, Chia. While we waiting, how's y'all's day been? I mean, I know it's still early, and some of y'all are probably still in the middle of your work day. Mine hadn't been too bad. It's just pouring over here. Yeah, I know. That's just... Did you miss your link? I think you might have. Let me give it one more again. Hey, Nessa. Good to see you. Okay, well, hopefully we won't say nothing too terribly off the wall that we end up throwing you off your game. Cold and wet here. I made some potato soup and cornbread. That actually sounds really good. I'm not gonna lie. Just leaving work at Walgreens drive-up. Hey, well, hopefully you'll get home soon, be able to kick them shoes off, put on some pajamas, just chill out for a little bit. It's nice to know we can keep you company on your ride home. All right, how are you, sir? You with me? Hannibal. Uh-oh. Something wrong with your mic, my dude? He's having technical difficulties. How about now?
Oh, okay.
There we go. There he is. There's the dude.
I accidentally touched it.
Whose photo is that?
That's Cyrus.
Cyrus.
Mm-hmm. Cyrus from the Warriors.
Oh, okay. See, that'll be why I don't know that then. Okay.
Well, 1975, around that time, there was a movie called The Warriors. about these gangs that needed to reunite. And there was one gang, the Warriors. That's right. And they had to get their way back home to their safe territory.
I don't think I've ever seen. I've obviously never seen it, or the dude would look familiar to me. But 1978, that was before my time.
Well, don't. I see what you did there.
Only by a year. Only by a year.
So Cyrus was the main leader of everybody. He was trying to unify all the gangs in the city. He wanted everybody to come together. And he called a meeting one night in the middle of the park. And he told everybody to come on down because we're going to unify, because the police, the government, they can't stop us if we get together. Mm-hmm. The stronger we are, the harder it is to take us down.
Isn't it?
Somebody shot Cyrus.
The irony of it all, the description of that lines up with what we're currently going through.
Exactly.
Wow.
Now you see it. Somebody shot Cyrus, which then caused an entire street brawl because they thought the Warriors did it. The Warriors didn't even have a gun. They were set up. And every gang in the city were looking for the Warriors. And it was all about how they had to fight their way back home. Check it out. It's a great movie. It's one of the classics out there. It's one of the best movies you ever going to sit down and watch for a nostalgic reason. And some of the gangs will have you hysterically laughing. If you want a better version of it, I would suggest the cartoon version of Black Dynamite, because he did one too. Never mind.
It's all right. It's all right. No, I will have to look it up. I mean, I obviously, with it raining, I am not going to be going nowhere this evening, you know. So me and you talked about Pierre the other day.
Mm-hmm. Interesting fellow he is.
He is, isn't he, though? And one of the girls was saying he looks like an old 80s rocker. And I said, well, he's a Gen Zer, but he is very Gen X in his personality, in his perspective. He's a very old soul.
Yes, he is.
And
I said he looked like Prince.
Yes, very. And a lot of people that are new to him, if they actually saw all the variations that he's gone through in appearance, he goes all over the place, but he's very androgynous. No matter how far masculine he goes or how far feminine he goes, there's a balance of the two. Excuse me. I don't know why.
It's very noticeable.
It is. And just when I first found this Jubilee video that we're going to, sorry.
One second. I'm sorry. I'm going to let you clear your throat. But Nessa is asking me who shot JR. Girl, you know, that was one of the biggest mysteries of all damn time. Did we find out who shot JR?
I don't think we did.
We never found out who actually shot JR. Yeah, did we find out who shot JR? Now, what I do know is while Nessa.
Oh, I found it just with a quick little search.
Christian.
In the Whodunit episode aired November 21st, the person who pulled the trigger was revealed to be Kristen Shepard. Kristen was JR's scheming sister-in-law and mistress who shot in a fit of anger. So,
see, now I feel some kind of way.
It's always the side hoe you got to worry about. You know what I'm saying?
What a great show. Yeah, my mom used to force me to watch that and Dynasty.
I can remember watching some of them, but not because my grandma was into it. And, but I don't remember a lot of it, you know?
Oh, when that episode came on, like Who Shot JR, that was like a sit down. It was like a movie night. You had people around the country come together in living rooms all across so we could sit down with popcorn and try to figure it out. It was a puzzle. It was like Clue.
That was prime water cooler talk right there.
Oh hell yeah.
You know it.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. I found Pierre right about the time that this whole Jubilee thing kicked off for him. And there were some things that he said in that video that I resonated with, because there is a lot of shared experience. And that's really what does make us relate to people. And when I found it, I went to his channel and I started following him. And then from there, things have just kind of played out. So I wanted to get some of your perspective on this because you are a cisgendered hetero male.
Correct.
And you have had more than your fair share experience with women.
Okay, correct.
And, you know, relationship dynamics are very complicated. And I did not want to simply be the only person giving a perspective when I've never dated women.
Well,
If that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense. Okay.
I mean, I can speak to her from my perspective as a woman, but I cannot speak from the man's perspective, having never dated a woman or from being a man. But this is the original Jubilee video, and I didn't keep all of it. I clipped it down because Jubilee is notorious for kind of being a butthole about things when you use too much of their stuff. But the way this was labeled is friends with benefits discuss their relationship. Okay. And this is from 6 years ago.
Here we go.
And quick little high note. In this video, Pierre is 24. This lady right here that we see, Stephanie was 43. Yeah.
Here in the leather with the collar studded.
Yep.
In a little puppy chain around. She's not a full blown goth or anything. It's not a studded collar. It's just one of those little lacy ones that you might have.
Based on what I saw of her Instagram at the time, she is very much into fashion. She was actually a model. But none of the imagery that she had posted had her dressing like this. This is a direct influence, I think, of her interaction with him.
So she tried to look younger, even though she didn't necessarily have to. She doesn't look bad. I mean, for a 40-something-year-old model, but I mean, why are you dressed like this, ma'am?
You know, we do crazy things trying to hold on to our youth, Hannibal.
Okay, I give you that.
But when you get a visual of him at that time frame, I think it'll help some of it make sense.
Okay.
Because it did to me. So we're going to get started. This is a real quick one. Like I said, I kind of cut things down and kept the high points in and cut out all the filler there. Because, you know, Jubilee has a tendency to pad things. So let's get going here.
So are y'all married? Are you friends? Are you friends with benefits? Like, what's the
Oh.
This is a good question, actually.
So we actually had an argument, and where I stand is that I don't really know exactly, and I kind of prefer it that way. Our relationship is like the perfect representation of like a digital postmodern world where there are absolutely no labels, no gender, and no age or like anything to define what the hell we're experiencing in this short amount of 3 months. And if I could find a label to describe what the hell just happened, it would be nearly impossible.
He's my boyfriend. No, yeah, I mean, yeah, he knows that, but he doesn't want it. But the thing is, like, I don't fear any word, and I don't fear any problems, like, regarding a relationship. He fears these kind of things. So for me, this is, like, a normal thing. So this guy is my boyfriend. Yes, I want to see him when I have free time. I don't want to see another one.
Well, I'd like to go with the labelless route. I like to think that we're just doing what we're doing and we're having fun doing it. I think it's too soon to say whether we are boyfriend or girlfriend or not, but I do enjoy the time we spend together, and I think it's important too.
Yeah, it's very important. I agree. I know. You know, it's another. I know. It's fine. I know everything about that. Yeah. Yeah, I love him. Of course. I think he's amazing. He's just otherworldly. Yeah. Yeah.
Oof. think so. I think it was a yes. Was it a yes?
You know it already. You can feel it anyway.
Yeah, I can feel it.
Yeah, so of course I love it.
Do you love her?
Damn. I do, in one particular way. I mean, I'm not even sure what love actually is within myself. So maybe I got to figure that out before I start sending it out to other people. I don't want to give you the wrong information.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows if I'm right? But that being said, I do care for you a lot, and I hope the best for you, and I really support you with everything that you do. For some reason, I'm kind of resistant to believing these things. I don't know. I think I need to work on a form of acceptance. But I'm just, for my whole life, I'm just so used to negative responses and rejections, where it becomes almost weird to receive anything else. And I almost long for rejection because that's all I know.
So
Okay. So
yeah, complicated.
okay. So this is going to be interesting because I've formulated and gathered a lot of different thoughts and a lot of different questions, just judging off of that brief 3-minute interaction. I
Fire away.
enjoy the way that was set up because it appears that they were there and giving responses with each other and then were isolated so that they can give their real responses without
Yes.
each other hearing.
Yes.
And wow. First question I have is how long have they been together during this?
At that point, 2 months.
Mhm. 2 months.
2 months.
Okay.
And I told you about the massive age gap. There's about a 2-decade age gap between the two of them.
That would be the primary difference.
There are, of course, background differences. I mean, between the two of them, obviously. She is at a point in her life where she is very stable. I mean, at 43 years old, you've pretty well established yourself in relation to career, home, who you are as an individual.
You would hope.
And for the most part. And then you have somebody who's in their early 20s who is still very much trying to figure out who they are. Add on top of it for him, and there's a video that I don't know if I sent it to you or not, where he went through a late bloomer phase. He has the truest form of ugly duckling syndrome that I've ever seen. Up until his late teens, he was very awkward, very geeky. He didn't really fit anywhere. And then miraculously, that late bloomer thing kicked in, and all of a sudden he's developed into this beautiful human being. And then he started to change up his style of dress and experiment and figure out what he liked, and then became more comfortable in his physical appearance to a point where the level of female interaction obviously exploded overnight.
Of course.
He's done modeling.
Unexpectedly to him.
Yeah, very unexpectedly to him.
Because that's never been on his radar. He's never thought about it. It's all been about, he's been focused in on working on himself. And for this individual to come along, no matter what their background or differences may be, he was interested because she showed interest in him. It's something that he never had.
Yes.
It was different. As he just stated, he was rejected by pretty much everybody because of whatever differences or they found in him, blah, blah, blah. She was different. He enjoyed that. It was warm, fuzzy, cool. And I would say if she jump into after 2 months talking about I'm in full blown love and I want to, cougar rescue this man for the rest of his life, then
right. Well,
he might still be with this woman right now. I mean, I don't
Well,
see any problems with her.
if she had first off, right off the bat, I mean, there's another dynamic that I didn't tell you about. He's an only child
Me too.
of
You get it?
of immigrants that moved here not long before he was born, and
Kind
they
of, sort of, but not the same.
they
Not
were
quite immigrants.
they were business owners. So the two of them spent a lot of time building their business, building their empire, as it were, which kind of left him to his own devices. So he has actually expressed before that his relationship with his parents has always been sort of strained. So another aspect that I suppose could be taken into consideration is that she had this maternal sort of feel to him. And there are parts of this video that I cut out where she is talking to him about how strong and how capable he is and how successful and artistic that he is and how he's going to have this amazing, miraculous life because of how dynamic he is as a person. And while I agree with that, I think that even though she has those sorts of feelings for him, that may have sort of misguided. It may be coming from a misguided place from her.
Well, she's obviously missing something in her life. Let's start there. She's obviously missing something in her life. She's 40 something years old, and she's dating a man that's 20 some odd years old.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I have no issue whatsoever with.
No, there's no issue with that.
With like spring, fall relationships or summer, winter relationships. Do you? But it takes people that are on even footing to make these relationships successful.
But the problem here is, I mean, they fill the gap for each other. Maybe she was missing. And excuse me if this is going to get really ugly and gross, but maybe she was missing that kind of maternal instincts for caring for a child. And he was fulfilling that, even though he was extra, he was more.
I don't know.
And he was obviously dealing with, as you said, his background. His parents are immigrants, came from somewhere else, built a company, and basically left him to his own devices. All they really cared about was get your education, be smart, make something of yourself, move on. That's it. And so he was left out there. He didn't have the social skills to develop friends at an early age. And of course, being androgynous, that's completely something that you have to do on your own.
Well, I think based on the information that I have of him, even as a young person, he is the type of person that he likes to know how things work. And like he's very much into like visual magic tricks and stuff like that. Like he would go to magic shops and be spending like the whole day talking to full grown adults on how to do card tricks and how, different magic tricks work and stuff, because he likes knowing how to do things and how things work and how things function. And he devoted a lot of, he was very, but now since this, metamorphosis from the caterpillar to the butterfly, as it were, it's not really viewed as geeky anymore. It's viewed as endearing and quirky and fascinating. And I see people on the live streams where he's sitting there flipping cards and stuff with his hands. They're just like, that is the coolest thing I have ever seen. Whereas if he looked like he did at 16 and 17, they would call him a nerd and they would have clicked out of his video, which is really kind of sad. But
yes and no. I would say yes and no, because your abilities don't necessarily depend on your looks. It depends on what field you're in my opinion. If
true.
You are a stripper, then of course you might need your looks to be a little bit better than the average so that you can make a little bit more money and so on and so forth. But when you're talking about flipping cards and the magician and so on and so forth, that falls down to personality. And when it comes to this individual,
he has an overabundance of it.
He does, but that's also because he was allowed plenty of time, alone time, downtime, the same downtime that we take or we took when we were in our late 20s going into our 30s, trying to reconfigure life as to whatever the fuck we just fucked up from thinking that we were grown from 18 to 21 and all these mistakes we've made. He took that downtime at an early age and he matured very, very fast. If you're sitting there having grown adult conversations, regardless, whether it's with magicians trying to figure out magic tricks, when you're in adult conversations, you no longer associate with people, children, your age.
Yes.
And so that's why I think that contributes. Great.
I think that contributes to that old soul nature that, you know, I was he has.
It does.
And I think wholeheartedly, that's the part of him that I relate to because I grew up very fast. I took on a lot of responsibility at a young age, and my interactions have always been more with adults than with children. And I've had better relationships with adults than with children.
Of course.
So looking at him and in the conversations that he's had on his channel and everything, it's really hard not to look at him and say, boy, do I understand all of that, because even though it's from a place 10 years junior from me, it's all stuff that I can relate to because I've had those same thoughts and conversations and stuff at the current age that he's at in time. And it's just like, oh boy, I can't wait for you to get to be where I'm at so that you can understand the change and perspective and feeling on this, because you're going to feel a lot better when you get to this point than where you are now. And I have left him messages and everything. He has such an overwhelming response from his audience that obviously for the most part, he doesn't respond to things that are sent to him, but I do have the understanding that he reads a good 90% of it. So
that's good. I'm sure he does have a huge, overwhelming response because
he absolutely does.
He's identified with what most people haven't done. He's identified with himself, and it doesn't matter his physical appearance. He's comfortable. He's confident in himself. The only thing is he's not comfortable and confident in social interactions because he's had a lack thereof.
Yes.
In himself, he's fine. He can live alone all damn day.
Yes.
Balling.
And he does. With no problem, you know.
But when it comes to somebody else, he's going to have issues because of the lack of socialization, the lack of pure relationships that he's been missing out. If he's never had a girlfriend up until that 42-year-old woman, then he's going to have some issues. I don't know if I would say that was the first, because I don't think that once he hit that little bloom phase that he went through, I am pretty sure him having female attention was probably not a lacking thing for him. Oh, you saying that the panties were being thrown from afar?
Yes.
Huh?
And he's a straight male. Okay. This is one of those this Mr. Steal Your Girl type things.
I ain't worried about him because if Prince can go around wearing butt out cheeks jeans, then he can too.
Right.
And if he's brave enough to wear his butt cheeks out in a pair of jeans, then he is most definitely capable of stealing my girl, because I'm not doing that. It's gonna be
I think this one ended up a highlighted thing for him because this was so heavily viewed. In the time frame that initial video got posted, it went viral. It hit over 1 million views over the course of like a week.
Of course.
And people were just, I went through the comment section and was reading that. Probably about 40% of them, they were just caught off guard by the fact that he was a guy. Because, he was like, yeah, I look like an Asian lesbian. I can't change that. He's like, it is what it is. He says, but most people were like, oh my God, his voice. And And then the other percentage were all like, he's a fuck boy. He's playing games with her. How dare he hurt her like that? How dare he string her along that way? All of that stuff. And I was looking at it feeling incredibly sorry for them both. For her, because there is obviously something lacking there, that she felt such a quick and intense attachment to him after such a short period of time. Still not really knowing a lot about him and feeling bad for him because of not having the strength to uphold and withhold the boundaries that he had put in place.
Well, again, that's why I say if she wouldn't have tried to rush it, if she would have just stayed with the program, he may have developed over time the same feelings that she had, because they were both fulfilling the role for each other that they needed, whether it was whether it was those roles or not. They were both lacking in something. They obviously enjoyed spending time together. He obviously enjoyed spending time with her. I just think that when she made it to the point that love as she was defining it was not the same as he was defining it, then that's where it became an issue. And to me, regardless of what, I mean, because everybody's going to have their personal, especially on outward appearance. Everybody's going to look at somebody and be like, oh, well, this person is such and such. This person is such. And when you read those comments and you got all these people saying you shouldn't have led her alone, I don't think he did anything to her. I think because of who he is, I can feel that he was being very upfront and honest with her the entire time, and she just caught feelings, because that's a very rare trait that you're going to find in anybody. And I don't think that he has any, social adaptive, you know what I'm saying? Thank you. You got it out. I don't think that he has that to be able to just lie on the spot and make her feel some kind of way. I think he's being genuine in his feelings.
Yes. I think so too. And I believe it was Camp said it at one point. He loves her, but he's not in love with her.
And that's fact.
And it's entirely possible for you to love someone and not be in love with them. And the way that things played out, it totally makes sense from here. But I actually, when I tagged this on Twitter, and how I said that it kind of, even though it's not about Foodie, it can play into the dynamics that we see from Foodie, because 9 times out of 10, that's what we're looking at. Foodie is on the part of this lady, Stephanie. She goes headlong into, I love you. The attachment is too quick. Whereas the other person is like, I love you. I love a lot of things about you, but I'm not in love with you.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lack of maturity on both parts, but it has to do with different dynamics. Whereas, like, if you looked at like experience, Foodie would probably fall more to the Pierre side. She was left to her own devices. She's got a lot of unmanaged things that she needs to deal with in order to be mentally and spiritually more developed.
I would never, ever compare Foodie and Pierre in their mental states. Pierre has his shit so much together.
The difference is between Foodie and Pierre is Pierre has actually evolved. He can see the things that have been broken and what steps need to be taken to mend them. Whereas Foodie steps right over the carcass and keeps right on going, and that would be like, you can see where the paths might sort of coincide, and then where they take apart and they deviate between the two. There is a small possibility that if Pierre had not taken those steps to grow and evolve and change and mature, that he could very much be a law cow after all this time.
Oh yeah. But I mean, this is a very slope. Anybody can fall into localism.
Agreed. So from here, 2 years later, they did a follow-up with the two of them.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry. It's a relationship that lasted 2 months. This video made it like something that I will have always to carry with me. When I see this video, it just brings me back to the state that I felt was a lot of overwhelming and anxiety.
I was like, okay, fine, what the hell we're experiencing in this short amount of 3 months.
And that was the moment that everybody watching realized Pierre XO is a multi-dimensional fuckboy. I was being a little more assertive than I needed to be because she kept claiming something that I really didn't want at the time.
He's my boyfriend. Yeah, I love him. Of course. I think he's amazing. He's just otherworldly. Yeah.
Pierre, when the video came out.
Even before it was already over. I saw him the last time in Christmas, and I've never seen him again.
I remember the phone calls where we'd be screaming at each other, and that's personally why I had to cut it off, and I didn't want to have any contact. I actually held on to that for a long time, which is why I hadn't came back around to talk to you or like open up the conversation.
Like at that time, at that moment, when it was all overwhelming, I really wanted to talk to someone that was experiencing the same thing than I was experiencing, and that's why I was trying to reach you out, and I shouldn't have done that. And I'm sorry about this.
Bye,
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
How'd that go?
It was, yeah, I was not expecting this. It's very good.
okay, so
I would say if he was 10 years older, then this would have worked.
probably.
He had 10 more years worth of experience on his life. This would have worked out fine. This would have been a perfect relationship. I think they were both into each other. I do believe that she recognized the fallacies of the errors of her ways later after the fact. Maybe one of her girlfriends pointed it out to her, like, you was really thirsty there, ma'am.
Well, I mean, for me, like with that follow-up video, a good portion of it, you can look at her and see that she's still very much in an emotional state about it all, even though it had been 2 years at that point.
Because she's still in the emotional void. She's still missing out on something. She's still looking and searching for something, and this hurt. So it's to say in 2 years, she possibly never even looked for anything. She probably dove into work head first again, did something with her money, and she wasn't thinking about it. And this was a resurgence. This was just, hey,
kind of reopened the wound again for a moment.
You had a boyfriend?
And what I noticed, and I made sure to include it, they had a nice little conversation between the two of them where she was like, because after it came out, both of their social media kind of blew up overnight. Obviously, that always happens in these sorts of scenarios.
Somebody want to see you nosy like us.
Well, that too, but it sent her kind of in a tailspin, and she would call him and he would be like, look, she would be distraught, almost manic. And he would be like, look, I'm overwhelmed too. I can't deal with this right now. And I'm not going to fight with you. And it would turn into a fight, at which point he would hang up on her because he didn't want to deal with it. And with that follow-up, and then Abba and Preach doing a follow-up on all of it, it blew up again, and more of the fuckboy commentary stuff came around, and he finally had enough of it all and did his own video response to it. And it's rather long. It's 38 minutes And I suppose I could jump a little bit through parts of it.
He cussed out the world, didn't he?
He didn't cuss out the world, but he sat there and he basically broke down. I'm not trying to say that I'm victimless, but here are some things that you need to consider in all this. And it's point for point. Like, he has actually broke the video down in sections, because that is how his mind works. He is one of those ones that you can give him an argument to make, and he'll make that argument and he'll break it down point by point for you. And that is what he chose to do.
But I personally don't think he had a need to defend himself.
I don't either, but I think he got so fed up with having all these voices sort of shouting at him, and him just kind of being like, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to bother. It's not worth the time. That eventually, when you have so much noise pointed at you, eventually you just want to be like, shut the fuck.
Yeah.
And that's kind of probably where I think he was coming from with the video response that he made. And he titled it, "What a Viral Video About My Relationship Taught Me About Society."
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Can't fight society, but that's fine.
And if there's any point that you want me to pause, just say whoa.
All right.
I've withheld this for about 2 years because in the end, this is definitely a personal video, but I came to terms with the fact that this personal video was actually public domain, and now millions of people have seen it. So I felt like it was in my right to actually finally speak about it, because it's no longer personal. I'm making this video not just because it's going to be cathartic for me, because it definitely will be, but I realize the implications and how it can actually integrate into your life too. In terms about Jubilee or in terms about Stephanie, this video will glance over a few things of those things, but this really is a video about the reception that came forth. Because if millions of people have seen this video and they reacted in the way that they did, that means we interact with each other as a society in a way that I feel like is very, very troubling. I feel like there's a lot of skewed perception when it comes to me and her and Jubilee or whatever else, and I think that's exactly what I want to speak about. In terms of
Pause.
As a video channel, I have no problems with them whatsoever.
Fire away.
Now, when he speaks of misconstrued perceptions, let me just go ahead and address the elephant in the room. Sir, you're an androgynous. Not very many people are used to looking at that, especially in Western culture, if that's what you're going to say. And so, yeah, of course, you're going to get a lot of looks. You're going to get a lot of stares. You're going to get a lot of different perceptions that are definitely misconstrued. But I would say it's a hard lesson to learn, but I had to learn you can't fight with idiots online. There's really no need to respond to them. Trust me.
Well, he didn't for quite a long time. He didn't for quite a while. I mean, you're talking about a 2-year time frame where he had people calling him a fuckboy, people making fun of him, people coming to his personal YouTube page and Instagram, leaving him hellaciously nasty messages, comments. There was a video at one point where he said, in my mind, the only way to deal with this is to turn these people into cartoon characters. And he did. He took like really jacked up, almost South Park style characters, and he would put them on the screen with their comment and having these cartoon characters read the comments with their arms flailing around, because he was like, I can't really take it any other way. He says, if I don't, he says, then I would probably not still be here anymore. He said, it's a lot to deal with. He says, to have so many people hate you that don't know you.
Okay.
And that's I think really more of where he came from with the misconceptions, because I don't think he honestly had any intention of misleading her or hurting her. It just worked out the way that
she took it.
I think so, to an extent that she did actually. I mean, based on the description of how things went between them, she feels like he abandoned her in it all. But she was very angry.
Let me understand. So after that interview that we just saw, the 3 minutes of the clip that you took, I'm sure it was longer. After that interview, it was like, okay, well, I guess we're done. We break up and we never spoke again until 2 years later, after all the hate that we got from going viral on these videos finally subsided and I had to speak out. So in between then and this video, they never spoke. They never worked this out. They never had a conversation. It was never worth talking about beyond the hate that you were receiving online.
Based on watching it back, based on what I remember of it all, there were conversations between the two of them, but by the end of each one, it would be them yelling at each other, literally in a full-on argument, and it would cause him to literally hang up on her because he didn't want to fight. Okay. And so then he separated himself from her and from the situation and continued on with, working on YouTube and,
as one should,
and stuff like that. And with the recurrence of them meeting up and having that conversation for the second time and kind of mending their bridges between the two of them at the end of it, she was like, oh, it was great. It went better than I thought it would. And him at the end of it, and he talks about it. He talks about the very end of the conversation in that last video between the two of them, where he stops and he crosses his hands and he talks about that in this video. And the response to that was really kind of surprising for me, to read some of the comments on it. It's actually that section where he actually stopped for a moment, exhaled, and he had a momentary show of emotion. That is the most watched moment in that video where they reconnected. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Whatsoever. I don't think they skewed the video to paint me in a particular way. I don't think they had an agenda. They just needed to fit 1 hour of footage of deep, intense stuff to fit into 10 minutes and make it worthwhile and make it, accessible enough for everyone to watch. So the way that the videos were cut together, I do not blame them in one way or another at all. I do think that the way that the video was actually cut, it led a lot of people to believe a particular way, but it's not Jubilee's fault. It's the person's watching's worldview and perspective being projected onto me and the video itself. The reaction from the commenters and the video itself was entirely split. I mean, let's just throw it out there. 70% of the video is just like, oh, look, another edgy lesbian. I thought it was a girl. I thought it was a lesbian. I thought it was a woman. Okay, get over that. Cool. I look like a girl. Awesome. But let's move past that. The other half of the comments were about how sexy I am or how amazing I am. And also a lot of people were able to relate to issues that I was speaking into the video when it comes to feeling rejected all the time, going through depression and feeling hopeless and all of those things, which was actually the most important thing for me to see, the fact that so many people can relate to me when it comes to those things. And the other half, I would say 75% of the video was completely siding on her side and talking about how I am a manipulative, narcissistic, fuckboy, heartbreaker type of personality. And I've held this in for 2 years, and I barely even acknowledged this aspect of the entire video for 2 years. The only thing I did was make a parody of a video, basically embodying what people were projecting onto me. I played a character of the most egomaniacal fuckboy that did not care about people or feelings at all whatsoever, just because I wanted to make a statement of what people wanted me to be. Other than that, I haven't spoke about the video, about Stephanie, and about the relationship whatsoever, because I needed to take responsibility for
shit.
Well, there's nothing.
My bad.
No.
Of course, it would throw a damn ad right there.
Being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life.
No, not the processed food.
Involved in the situation, and I didn't want to be the person to slander her openly and have and change everybody's perspective on her. And with that being said, I just really want to throw
what I got in front of
that if this video were to come out again
and the roles were switched where I was in Stephanie's position and Stephanie was in my position. Let's actually take this a step further. If the guy was twice the age of the girl in the video and the guy claimed, hey, you're my girlfriend and you don't even know it, imagine the backlash and the reaction that would come from that. Go ahead, think about it. I don't know what you are personally thinking about right now, but I think, in my opinion, that it would definitely be a scandal. I think that statement right there in a viral video would be big enough to circulate all over digital media. The fact that a guy twice the age of a girl just said, hey, look, you're my girlfriend. You don't know it yet, you're my girlfriend. And if the girl was like, you know what? I don't think that that's okay. I think that I just want to see what's going on. I think we're just having fun and that's fine. Everybody would side with the girl and everybody would paint the man that's twice her age in a manner where he is a disgusting individual. However, in my situation, when she claims that I am her boyfriend without my consent, then I'm the asshole for not listening and giving her exactly what she wanted. And I thought that was a very interesting situation. Like, why is it that this is okay, but not this? I told her from the very beginning that that wasn't
He
what
has
I
a
was
point.
looking for
Those are
most
facts.
of the time.
He absolutely does. And when he said that, I was like, oh, that's going to make a lot of people angry, but that's a valid point.
I mean, but I don't understand why that wasn't a valid point. That was on the premise and the basis that I took that 3-minute clip off of. There was no reason for her to be upset in a 2-month relationship where they have obviously not discussed titles or anything like that. They were in the phase of getting to know each other, and everything she said, everything that she said,
Yeah.
was rushing and pushing the situation.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
so it doesn't matter if it's boy and boy, girl and girl,
right.
Old man, old woman, old lady, young man. It doesn't matter what the combination of individuals are. Take age out of it. It's uncomfortable.
It absolutely is. And when I say, you know, when I originally watched the video that I could relate to both sides of things, I absolutely could. Because coming from her side of things, I think everybody at some point has gotten too attached to somebody too quickly, you know, and not had those feelings reciprocated. That is a part, I think, to me, of the human condition. You end up
That is correct.
caring about somebody that does not care back the way that you do. And that's just the way life goes. But you've also, I think every single one of us too have also been in that predicament where they're like, okay, I like you and I like spending time with you. And that is kind of where I'm at right now. And I can't give you anything beyond that yet.
And I'm not ready to progress forward because I have things I need to work on.
Right.
Things I need to do.
And forcing it is just a surefire way to make sure that it doesn't work out. And I think realistically, the points that he's making here with if it were a shift and he were female and Stephanie were male, it is a valid point. People would have a very almost visceral sort of rejection of it.
People would have so much of a different visceral response to that for the simple fact of because a lot of things that we're not paying attention to.
Yeah.
Again, I brought it up at the beginning of this. This is a 40-year-old woman dating a 20-year-old man.
Mm-hmm.
Reverse the roles, reverse the genders on that alone.
Yeah.
And what do you have? What are you thinking right there? What's going on?
And I think they're a little further in, he actually talks about consent. And even though this video was made 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 4 years ago. I mean, that was well before the whole Me Too and all of that stuff kind of came to fruition. So a lot of the talking points are still valid now.
Of course they are.
You know,
everything he's saying is valid when it comes down to
human nature,
a relationship, and especially human nature. But he's talking about a relationship that he was in with an individual that he liked, but he felt like it was, they were not on the same page. I don't know how else to say it. They were just simply not on the same page. She was in love mode and he was in let's chill. And because of those two modes alone, then it turned out like this. The problem The real problem that they have is the same problem that Foodie has, the same problem that Cyrax has, the same problem that Cobra has, is they put this shit online for public opinion.
Yes.
And once you do that, once you put it and open it up for public opinion, then you do
You're done
leave
for.
the door open for hate. You do leave the door open for things to backfire and public opinion don't go in your favor. You do leave the door open unless you welcome that kind of adverse opinion, so it'll help you get your mind together and maybe make better decisions. But this was 2 years of unwanted hate from a relationship that he possibly just got into, was enjoying himself, ended up on this show and found out some information that he wasn't ready to accept.
Agreed. Real quick, let's hit on some stuff. Inferno says, I don't dispute the double standards. However, there's a matter of looking at individual relationships too. And I can agree with that. But a lot of people, what Pierre was saying is that people are taking their individual experiences and worldview and casting them onto the circumstances that they're seeing when they're only getting a 10-minute window of the actual culmination of what their relationship entailed. And there were a lot of things that a lot of just back and forth and stuff, like random conversation between the two of them, that really led me to believe that it fell more to the friends with benefits sort of situation than them actually being in a full-blown relationship. They interacted more like they were friends, you know.
Again, when she's missing something, and that interaction like friends could exactly be what they were doing, but she was missing something in her life and she instantly replaced him.
Yes.
She instantly replaced whatever she was missing with him. And so she was able and capable of keeping it at whatever comfortable relationship or status, as far as when they were around, when they were talking on the phone, however they interact, because she was, for lack of a better term, grooming and molding him for that. He was enjoying that. But when he got hold of her real feelings, and she was like, well, yeah, I love him. He's my boyfriend. He's mine. Mine. That's what the 20-year-old man heard.
Yeah.
And at 20 years old, he's like, well, you know, having a great time. Good people, love you, good people. Yeah. But
Bunny,
not ready for this, and
right.
That's where he was at.
Right. Bunny, this is actually a conversation about two folks that were on Jubilee. The young man that you see on screen, his name is Pierre. Pierre is actually a YouTube personality. And the young lady that he was involved with, I think she's only on like Instagram and a couple of like lower level type interfaces. But the two of them were in a 2-month-long relationship, and they were offered the chance to go on Jubilee and do a video. And when that happened, everything kind of blew up from there. Right. Inferno, I think so too. It was more of a casual thing. It had a lot to do with, you know, each individual person involved. All righty, let's get into how long we were actually seeing each other.
Keep in mind, this relationship, which it wasn't even a relationship in the first place, lasted 2 to 3 months. I think that's just enough time to kind of feel out who a person really is. If that's the amount of time you need to take to immediately jump into the relationship, I'm sorry, I completely disagree. I've done it before and it doesn't end up well, which was why I was being extra careful and didn't want to just join in the relationship and become someone's boyfriend when I explicitly stated and I knew that I really just was not ready to be involved in somebody like that. And from all of the reception and seeing what happened in the videos that are out now and seeing the commenters, I realized that people generally only listen to emotions as opposed to rationale and logic and objectivity. People reacted to emotions. I was straightforward and I was logical as I possibly could in the video, but she was very emotionally vulnerable, which is why I think that a lot of people decided to side with her. For some reason, in the reaction video, the last 5 seconds of me is me taking off my headphones and being emotionally vulnerable and silent for about 5 seconds. This 5 seconds is the most time-stamped and commented part of the entire video. It was almost as if everything that I said during that entire 9-minute video beforehand was completely overlooked. But instead, everyone decided to comment on one tiny snippet of me not saying anything where I was emotionally vulnerable. Why is all of a sudden everybody happy and satisfied and all of a sudden can relate to me because I'm sad? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's unfair for me. The fact that I can still logically and rationally state my situation and perspective on the entire thing logically as I possibly can, and none of that gets taken in, and instead I'm shamed and to be claimed that I'm a fuckboy. But the moment I actually show 2 seconds of feeling, all of a sudden it's valid. And I think that's a huge problem, because if we just all view things and validate people for their emotions, that means I can justify any fight that I can get into. If somebody hurts somebody and they decide to wreck their car or burn down their house or something to that extreme, it's justified because somebody got hurt emotionally. If we just all reacted purely emotionally to things, then we'll have a shit show on earth. And if you take that to the furthest extent, really, it can fuck everything up. I honestly think that everybody, or a lot of people, decided to side with her in that situation is because she was so emotionally vulnerable. Not saying that she was wrong, but they disregarded anything that I had to say because I decided to withhold and internalize my emotions a bit more. Why wasn't my position respected in any way? I thought consent was a huge thing in today's culture. Consent is probably one of the most important things nowadays. However, when I don't give somebody's consent, when I don't give her consent, then I'm an asshole for not allowing that to happen. However, if we switch the roles and a man decided to tell a woman, you're my girlfriend, and she doesn't give consent, imagine what would happen. All of a sudden, I'm an asshole, a narcissist, a fuckboy for standing my ground, re-implying my boundaries multiple times. And I'm the person that's the asshole in the situation. And a lot of people want to know, was I hurt at the end of the video? Of course I was fucking hurt. Is that what would make everybody happy? To know how hurt I am as an individual and how sad at this entire situation I am? Do you think I wanted to break somebody's heart? Do you think I want to hurt anybody in my life? Do you want me to express myself and externalize my inner volatility and the hopelessness and the depression that I've experienced in my life in order to be heard? It's ridiculous. I've been through so much. And the fact that when I try to be level-headed and I try to be rational about my emotions and feelings, that they get taken and misconstrued as something that I disagree with. Absolutely. Yes, I was.
Who does he feel that he has to impress? Who is he trying to?
I don't know.
Who is he doing this for? Because let me tell you this. I'm identifying with him on certain levels, especially being the only child. It's been me. It's been me for a while. I have friends. I do. I think maybe. Anyway, I had friends at one point, and that's fine. But when it comes down to making decisions for myself, making decisions that's going to please me, making decisions that I feel are right for myself, be they right or wrong at that time, then there was nobody that I was worried about trying to please. So all the hate that I caught from making the wrong decisions, or all the things that consequences that came along with that, were things that I accepted. And I never have went through life feeling that I needed to please somebody. And every time that I've had that inkling of thoughts of pleasing somebody else, it's always turned out wrong. It's always led to a lesson of you should have taken care of yourself first, and all of this would have fallen in place. So who at this point, even with all the hate comments and all the things that were going on, who is he trying to appease? Who is he trying to get on his side? Haters are going to hate you regardless of what you do.
I honestly think that realistically, and I can't think of who it was, Camby's like, why are you yelling? I mean, I think that this was just him airing out everything. Like I said, he got a lot of backlash. And eventually, I think it just got to the point where he was just like, you know what? Fuck this shit. And as long as this video was, and I'm not going to have everybody sit through a full 40-minute long video. I mean, look at how he breaks it down. He was like, was I hurt? And that's where we were at. How I deal with my emotions. Is today's world really equal? The beginning of the relationship. Do you love her? And that do you love her part, that part I will play, because that talks about the spot where they asked him, do you love her? And the first thing out of his mouth was, damn. Where my life was at the moment, a toxic dynamic and what a relationship
Why was
means.
that such a bad answer though?
It's just, I think the tone that he used. Is love actually complicated? I've tried taking another chance at hurt. I'm hurt and I hide it all. When I'm asked how I'm actually feeling, do you have to be hurt for others to listen? Why social media is my diary. The impact of projection and fuck boy. We live in society and everything is a lie. Everyone is misunderstood. Everything I've been through, why I started my channel and my platform. I was bitter and cynical. I had a reason to live again. We should really appreciate our lives. Now, on the part with do you love her? It was, first off, it was a fucking mess. And that's part of what people got so pissed off about was the tone, I think, that he said that in. And now
But they wanted honesty. No? Why would you fake that? Why would you fake that? And it's a question that caught him completely off guard because he's like, well, damn, I mean, that's fair as fuck, to be honest with you. It's
Agreed.
2 months.
Agreed. 2 months. But
how could you ask that? How do you even know what love is in 2 months?
Right. So I jumped to that part about do you love her? I thought we would play that so that we could kind of at least get to the meat of it all.
The actual video and what was being said during the video, they asked, do you love her? And I said, damn, I do in a particular way because da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And a lot of people were mad at the fact that I didn't just answer a yes or no question. What I did was I tried to be courteous and polite during this video that was being shot with overhead lights and 3 video cameras and 10 people on set. What do you want me to do? Say no to her face right there? It's called being polite and courteous. Let's take, for example, if I did what people wanted me to do and they asked, do you love her? And I said, no, I don't. How would people view me then? Really? The same way. I'm an asshole if I say courteously and politely as I can in a way where, look, I don't love you, however I do in a certain way. And those people want me to just say no. And if I said no, they would be, okay, you're also an asshole. So no matter what answer.
I disagree with that, though. I disagree with that statement. I disagree because even though, especially as a Pisces, I understand exactly his words of, is that Lisa? What happened? Oh, no.
Nope, that's Pierre today.
Boy, quit this.
We'll get into that in a minute.
Damn it.
Boy, it's wild in the fashion sense.
I disagree with the fact that he would think that he would have more haters on a yes or no question. I think the way that he answered it caused more of a uncomfortable reaction than he would have got with just a simple no. Because the way he answered it, even though understood different levels of love, different ways to love, I got you. But the way that he answered it made it seem like he was really shady with his answer versus just a simple no. It's been 2 months. What the fuck does that mean? I'm enjoying the time that I spend with her. You see, it's and I think that he would have got less hate for that versus because here we are on the internet. And if we talk about like Foodie and Cyrax, there are people that are out there scamming, trying to get money and trying to take advantage of other individuals, then that's why I believe he caught a backlash of hate because there are more people, and he's correct. A lot more people think with emotions than they do rationale. Hence the reason why they like to go over to You know, cut off that thinking cap real quick, take off your skull and just laugh and hee-haw at whatever emotional reaction may come up.
Right.
I didn't say no names. I just said that's why they like to be there. But I get it because he don't make you think about anything. And so a lot of people didn't think about what was being said. A lot of the people didn't think about the levels of love, and a lot of people were looking for that yes or no response, especially after she gave, of course, yes, ding, affirmative.
Right. Well, and add to it too, you know, Jubilee, which I don't think a lot of people take into consideration. Their entire purpose is to elicit emotion based on the perception that they give of what's going on. And he actually said it. He was like, there was 2 hours worth of video that was cobbled down into a 10-minute section. And that it had to be done in such a way to draw people in and to make them feel invested. Because again, clicks, eyes, views, runtime, all of that plays into the YouTube algorithm, and Jubilee are masters at that. And those people, you can't tell me that to an extent that they didn't have an understanding about what they were doing when they posted that.
In the same sense that those people, Jubilee, who posted it had some kind of idea or inkling as to what they were doing. As he just sat there and stated, they whittled down 2 hours worth of footage into a 10-minute section, and he knew. Then again, it goes back to my original quote. Why are you entertaining this? You knew what you were getting into when you did this. You knew that there was going to be backlash. If you felt some kind of way
in this video that you were like, is that Tina Marie? He actually talks about that for a minute. So, you know,
fire and desire. I'm sorry.
So, I mean, they're obviously, I mean, with time and distance from it all, and there has been so many changes to his life, to his experiences and everything. I mean, even in that last video where they did the video call, he had already moved to Prague, had sold all of his possessions, booked himself a flight, and started a whole new life. He has taken a considerate investment into his physical health and his mental health and all of that. And he's had a lot of growth as a person since then. And as somebody who actually watches his channel, you know, I've gotten to see a lot of that, you know, over the time frame as he's done live streams and as he's put up videos and stuff like that. You can see just in the time frame between that very first video and then the two of them reconnecting and this most recent one, I can see the change in who he is and as a person. And it's funny to me that you brought up the Pisces thing, because I actually said it in the very beginning. He's an Aquarius.
My son.
So, you know, Aquariuses, they are very much the scholar. They tend to think very head heavy rather than heart heavy. But when they do get into the heart, it's a full-on emotional investment to a point where if they are hurt, it can break them for some time after. And he is kind of all over the place. And I said he has those time periods where he's very just wide open. He's laughing. He doesn't take himself seriously at all. Everything about life is just it's a mesmerizing circus with, you know, cartwheel flipping elephants, and the world is amazing. And
You're
then
watching his stages of depression.
Well, no, and then on the opposite side are those stages of depression where he goes into full nihilism and life means nothing and the world is a dark, dangerous place and nothing makes sense and I don't know who I am and all of that. So there's not really a lot of that middle ground for him in relation to those experiences, which, you know, he has worked on. And he is probably the closest thing to a middle ground that I have ever seen him in. So
that's good. Is he on medication?
No.
Has he been tested? He needs to go see somebody about bipolar.
Well, the crazy thing is like I have seen
He's in a
him.
band.
I've never really seen him like truly like manic. I've never seen him truly manic.
I don't think if he was truly manic unless he somehow made that transition on film, on camera, as he was already filming before he went manic. I don't think that that's something that he would just readily put on tape either.
Well, I mean, he for a long time there, through the pandemic, from lockdown to the point that they lifted like a partial lockdown in Prague, you know, he was stuck inside just like everybody else. And his outlet was perpetual live streaming. He would live stream for hours at the time. And then once they did like a partial lift on it and they allowed people to go out during the daylight hours, he has like one of those electric unicycles, and he would go out and he would live stream the entire time he was out of the house. He would be riding all over Prague on this unicycle, going to all these different places and all this stuff. So, you know, I got to see quite a bit of him through that time frame. And I never really saw him in a position that would lead me to believe that he's manic. He tends to lean more toward that everything's cool, I'm just goofing off, whatever. And even when he's in that nihilistic phase where he's just like, man, everything is fucked up, life doesn't make any sense, I don't make any sense, he's still doing it in such a way that it's lighthearted so that he doesn't cause people concern, if that makes sense.
It makes sense because he is a social media presence. It makes sense because he has had this channel, as you stated, he's been doing this throughout the pandemic and it's been going up. He's been getting increasing revenue. He's hit some viral videos with this thing that's going on. So of course, his streaming and that is normal to a certain degree at this point. But when it comes down to it, we watch people like Foodie and Cobra, even though we watch Cobra take 12 drinks on stream, we also know that Cobra's taking another 12 off stream. We watch Foodie eat an entire meal for 3 or 4 people on stream, but we're not seeing all the extra little snacks that she's consuming off stream or even the rest of the meal.
I mean, don't get me
know
wrong.
it's there.
I mean, there has been conversations that he's had where and this goes back to that, you know, situation about him being left to his own devices as a child, where he said that he has trouble like developing and maintaining friendships with people. So he is a very solitary person. So I have, for the most part, I have no doubt that this personality that we're seeing where he's laughing at himself and he's acting a goofball, and even when he's being nihilistic and he's still acting a goofball, you know, he turns that stream off and he's probably very solitary and he spends a lot of time alone, which is obviously not good for people. And I do feel bad for him in that regard because everybody needs somebody. And for him, a lot of his support is a parasocial relationship. All of the friends that he's had that he has maintained for years has been people that have been followers that he's connected with and developed friendships with. And it's not quite the same thing.
It's nothing as the same thing as having a physical person that you can go out with, that you can interact with, that you can relate to, that you can talk to, touch, and so on and so forth. It's nothing the same because essentially, if we want to make his life into a movie, he could be the last man on earth just interacting with computer people. He's in the Matrix.
True.
He's not dealing with real people.
He actually talks about the Matrix quite a bit.
He's in the Matrix. He's anybody that he has contact with, he can talk to, text to any time of day because they are computerized, digital. Even though may be real on the other end, your mind doesn't translate that into real people when I have to find my phone.
Well, I think too, if you'll think about it, it does sort of make sense because he actually talked about it in that last video where he was talking about vulnerability. He has problems with vulnerability with people one-to-one. And I think that's a big part of why things have played out. They play out the way they do for him when he says he has trouble maintaining friendships once he develops them. Because he actually said at one point in that video, and I remember pretty distinctly, he listens to everybody else. He's always the shoulder for everybody else. And when they ask him, how are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm all right. Because he's afraid to show them that vulnerable side of him. Because when he does,
then they take advantage of it.
They either take advantage of it or it's rejected. So this online persona, the dependence on the parasocial bond, for him, it is a safer connection, and it provides him some stability, because when he is vulnerable, that prospect of rejection is quite less than it would be in person. I mean, if you'll take a look at the situation with him and Stephanie, in that original video, he was technically being, vulnerable with her.
Mm-hmm.
He was like,
they were both being very open.
Yes. He was like, I do love you in a different way. I care about you. I wish you nothing but success. You're an amazing human being. And not only did she reject it, but the entirety of the viewership rejected it too, for the most part. So all that's happened with that particular set of circumstances is a reinforcement of individual interaction may not be safe for you. And it's sad that that's that way, because based on what I do know of him, he would probably be a great person to have as a friend, because he would be the kind of person that you could sit down and talk about the weirdest off the wall shit and be laughing and having a really serious conversation all at the same time. And to me, those are the best kinds of conversations to have.
I would still encourage him to get a mental eval, especially with spending the amount of isolation time that he does. And
he's for quite a while now has been seeing a therapist to help him deal with a lot of the stuff that he was raised through. And the fact, the isolation from his support system and all of that stuff. So he knows that there's a lot of baggage that he's carrying around that he's working on relieving himself of, which is a good thing.
Well, as long as he's working through that, then I have zero bad to say about it. I find him a very interesting character. His outlook is different. I would still think that he may need some bipolar medications. I'm not quite sure of, unless he's spending like 20 out of 24 hours on the internet in one day, then I can't gauge what any of us do outside of the time that we spend on the internet. And I would like to say, people like garlic bread, who pop on the internet 23 times a day, every time Foodie pops on a video, he's dropping content every time. You can tell. That's how I know. I can tell every time Foodie has a new video out by two people, again, garlic bread or breezy, because they are live within minutes. I no longer watch Monty, but Monty is also another one that is a Foodie alert. And so
agreed.
They got their videos, but we're not getting that Jessica Messica garlic bread. We're not getting that breezy garlic bread. You know what I'm saying? We're getting what he's presenting to us.
Yes.
And quite the same way that Pierre's doing. He's giving us what he is presenting, not who he really is, in my opinion.
I think in all sincerity, to an extent, we all do that.
I mean, to an extent, a smart one should do that so that we can protect our personal and the things that we hold private and dear to us. Those like Foodie who have no inhibition about ourselves, then we're going to expose everybody.
I mean, I'm going to tell you the truth of it all. I mean, I do share a lot of my personal life and the things that I've gone through and the stuff that I'm going through, but it is a very fine line. Like, I am not going to just pull a foodie and just go blah and just put it all out there. Like every off fucked up thought that I've got, because, number one, I don't want to cause people to worry, because, realistically, everybody has fucked up thoughts at some point,
Facts.
and Foodie's problem is that she has zero filter in that regard.
Zero. And we'll
Pierre-
share all of those fucked up thoughts and be mad because we have opinions about them.
Right. And then you have the other end of the spectrum, which would be Pierre, who Pierre shares maybe like 80%. He's like, I'll give you about 80%, but that the darkest 20%, you ain't seeing shit of that, you know? And even with that, I mean, his audience, he's got a very devoted set of followers.
That's good. That's a good thing though.
And when he does live streams, they can, and me too, I'm included in that. I can watch and I can see differences. I can see subtle differences in his behavior from one stream to a next to be like, hey, bro's having a bad day, you know? And there's a lot of stuff that's like, he's of course not talking about it, which I don't blame him because some things should be reserved for offline and for you to deal with. And he doesn't trauma dump all of his stuff onto his audience, which is good. But that's what differentiates him from Foodie is Foodie trauma dumps and lays it all out, the dirty, stinky laundry and all. Yes, right down to the unwashed drawers. But you know, another thing that differentiates him from Foodie is there is no evolving for her. Whereas him, he's perpetually in a state of evolution, even when it is kind of a violent sort of shift at times, you know.
That's because he is way more self-aware.
Yes, he is. He is absolutely self-aware.
More self-aware. Foodie has stopped evolving around the age of 16.
Yes, she absolutely did. Right. And I wanted to show you where we're at on this stage of evolution. And this will tell you about the level of work that he's put in and where he's gotten over the time frame when you know, and you and I both know, over time, when you get to a point where you can start to make jokes about things, then that means that there's healing there and that you move past things. And that's kind of where he's at now.
That's good.
Oh, boy. Leave it up to the internet to bring up the shadows of the past. Just recently, TikTok decided to resurface a video of me from 6 years ago.
Hold on.
On Jubilee. Just as I think I could move past the shadows of the things that have haunted me. I'm reminded people.
Yeah, I will tell him, and you know, I hope he understands that I have plenty of jokes, but I love this Daryl Hall and John Oates haircut that he is sporting right now. If he could just do me a couple of favors, just a couple of favors. Can he just say it ain't so anytime throughout this? Just once.
Well, I'll have to show you some pictures of him. He's gone through so many evolutions in appearance.
Well, I'm glad that he is comfortable with himself because not a lot of guys are going to be able to pull this off outside of 1984.
I agree. Now, like there was the summer that he was doing all the unicycling through Prague, he had box braids, most of which were his hair because his hair was down to here. And they did the box braids and everything and put the white, like a white weave into it.
Don't say
so
that.
So it was down to his waist.
He was a Daryl Hannah 10.
He would take it, roll it up on top of his head and pin it, and then he'd have like tendrils hanging down. So here he is. He's zooming through Prague, leaning this way and that, and the little tendrils are flying wherever which way. But he did that. He did like a mohawk at one point. Like the top part up here was real long and curly, and he shaved all this down real short. People actually, in the time frame before he did the mohawk thing, he had the box braids and the makeup was really elaborate and really colorful, and his style of dress is very eclectic and it looked really good on him. And that was the time frame that which his viewership was incredibly high. A lot of his
I mean, if you want to tell him and give him some advice, find out who's doing his makeup. If he's doing his own makeup, then just go ahead and have him do some makeup tutorials and call it a day. Voila. Well,
during that time frame with the box braids and the elaborate makeup, a lot of his subject matter that he uploaded was very emotional, very internalized thought process, you know, all of that stuff. And he had a very emo girl, cabin fairy, you know, in the feelings type of female fan base. And they were very much caught up in his appearance. And the time came that he took his box braids out, and they were expecting him to put them back in. And he started going through some things. And of course, he did what every person does. Whenever we deal with things, we control the things that we can control, which is our appearance and ourselves. So that's when he took and he cut all the sides off and went into a mohawk thing. And he literally lost something like 20,000 followers.
For cutting his hair.
From cutting his hair. And then he started backing down on the makeup, where he was trying more to fit in, because he started having problems with people on the street responding negatively to him, where it actually came into almost altercations at times based on his appearance.
What did he do?
Prague.
Okay.
In the Czech Republic.
Oh, they got guns there.
Not him, apparently.
Well, I mean, he needs to maybe change that.
So he tried toning himself down for a little bit. And that's when he got into boxing and martial arts and taking care of it, you know, and increasing his strength and all of that stuff. And the more he posted that, people were like, we don't like this. He posted more of it to prove a point. This is who I am. This is what I want to do. And from there, he started having more people jumping ship. And what he's got now is a lot of people are kind of like, okay, this is him. This is what we're doing. So we're just going to roll with it. But no matter what change he makes to his appearance, like people have always asked him, bro, are you going to give us a makeup tutorial? And he was like, look, if I wanted to be a viral person, if I wanted to make my entire living off of doing this, he says, I could do that. He said,
yes,
but that's not who I am. He says, I will not be a makeup bro.
Oh, okay. Well, miss out on that money all you like, but that's
he
fine.
Said there's more to me than my face. Another thing,
good. Standing on principle. Love it.
Well, another reason too, I think that he doesn't do that is because if you see him, if he's on camera, if he's on live, it doesn't matter what, he has never been online without this presentable. It would require him to start barefaced, no makeup. And I think he has an aversion to that. There are literally no photos of him circulating anywhere. And people have looked for them without makeup.
Okay,
you can't find him anywhere.
You have exceeded the realm of my heterosexuality when we start talking about the makeup, because I don't know. I have no idea. We talk about makeup, we like Band-Aids, right? That's what I got. So I mean, I don't know. I can tell you that his makeup looks nice, and I was thinking of people like,
no question.
What's his name? Charles, that Charles guy. I can't think of his name. I don't like him that much.
I know who you're talking about, and that's another one and he has talked about Charles. He doesn't like that whole makeup bro thing because of the type of environment that those guys have kind of developed around guys doing makeup.
Right.
And
I mean, I understand, but
that's why he doesn't want to. That's why he doesn't want to be a part of it.
Okay.
So
not Ray Charles. No, this go ahead.
Ray Charles. That was funny. All right, let's keep going.
Deeply of my digital public trauma. Am I actually traumatized from the situation? Definitely not, but it definitely shook my world up. It brought me into the world map. It definitely, made me question a lot of things about myself and society and, other things as well. However, just as I thought that I was over getting harassed from 6 years ago, I have an entirely new generation of Gen Z to share their beautiful little opinions on your androgynous pretty lesbian. That's right, good old Pierre XO, ex-multidimensional flip lord, now the prince of the imaginary, to pop up into the public eye. Your cartoon to say, hi guys, you want to harass me? You want to bully me some more? I'm here to annoy you once more again.
Yes.
Do you hear?
Damn. God, the internet is so meta these days. I think Bo Burnham did a bit in this, where you can basically react to yourself, reacting to yourself, and for some reason it's still captivating. Enough about me. I wanted to like move on with my egoic self-centered.
He's full of good sarcastic jokes in this one, isn't he?
Yeah, his sense of humor can be very sarcastic, and for me, that's part of the appeal because mine is rather sarcastic.
Oh yeah, he's killing this one. He's killing this one. I love it.
He's owning it, and for me, that was like that right there goes to show exactly how far he's come in that time since that last video that we looked at.
Of course, the internet says, "Hey, you're not done healing. You're not going to be spiritual and egoless and not be attached to your physical form and your how handsome you are. You are now, again, turning into a teen heartthrob for the new generation to cherish, harass, and celebrate." So here we got the worst thing a man can do to a woman is take her love and not reciprocate it. Honestly, I can think of 100 things that are worse than that. Personally, I think men leaving the toilet seat up is a lot worse than this.
Oh, you can't tell me. Hang on. Let it get to that point again.
Personally, I think men leaving the toilet seat up.
Who does that look like popped up out that toilet?
Natter. Salah.
I'm thinking it looks like Scat Boy a little bit.
It's his second wife, Mr. Hanky.
Little did he know. Pierre don't know not a thing in the world about the Foodieverse. And here he is throwing shade without even knowing it.
Representing Salah, y'all. Look at Scat Boy. Hey, Foodie, come sit down.
Oh, Lord.
Is a lot worse than this. He loves her. He's not in love with her. 66,000 likes. I thought she was his mom.
Oh, wow.
Little did anybody know, she is actually 43, and I was 24 in the video. What is absolutely wonderful about TikTok is that they can take entire videos and just shorten them down to about like 15 seconds. And everybody can make their newfound assumptions as who you are as a being from the inside out. She needs to leave him.
You need to leave.
Don't worry, my dear. It's been 6 years, and lots of people have left, including me. I don't even live in the same country. I have lost my mind since then through this interdimensional time traveling. I've gained at least 30 new personalities and have lived 3 centuries worth of life. And here I am, still bored as ever. That was the most artistic, mesmerizing no I have ever heard. Thank you. I am quite elegant when it comes to rejecting love. But I'm getting better. Spiritual awakening, learning to truly accept myself. He loves her. He doesn't believe he's enough for her. I'll be completely sincere, actually. I farted. No, for real, I think this will actually piss a lot of people off, but it makes me happy.
Boy.
And that is, I have actually been learning to truly accept myself. I am learning to love myself once more, my friend. And that can be very triggering to other people, especially if you're as sexy as me. Flip Lord, digital teen heartthrob, K-pop reject, interdimensional time traveler, your mommy's ex-husband, your mommy's future ex-husband, your new daddy. If your response is damn,
I can't with this.
Then.
He's so funny.
He is, and he, like I said, he has, of course, he is a very serious person whenever he gets into it, but when he's talking about himself, he doesn't take himself seriously at all. And I told him at one point during a live stream, I'm like, bro, you do not take yourself seriously in the slightest. And I love that about you because people do so much take themselves seriously to a point where it's almost ridiculous. Where you've got to be able to laugh at yourself.
Well, I mean, I think he's also taking a lot of these troll comments that he's just like, y'all are insane. Let me just use this because that sounded funny. I think if he laughs at it, he's going to use it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No doubt.
You know, listen, a lot of people are saying basically the same exact things as what had happened 6 years ago, and I just get to relive this cycle of samsara that I got reincarnated to all over again. It's so crazy. I've lived through so much life, and I've created so many other things, and now I am forever known as the young teen androgynous pretty boy who broke the heart of a woman twice his age. Man, I think
you haven't stopped being the young androgynous heartthrob that you were back then. That nothing's changed about that. You're just not with the old lady anymore. That's all.
Well, I mean, ideally, and I mean, okay.
He has to understand that just like Wings of Redemption, when you say stupid shit, it's gonna always haunt you. Wings of Redemption says some shit about the age of consent damn near 12 years ago.
Yeah. Well,
today
I mean,
he's catching heat for it.
Part of why I think I can tell you part of where those comments are coming from. He's in his early 30s now. And you know how that goes. You know, as soon as you turn 30, you're like, holy fuck, I'm old. And he started doing that.
Who says that?
Him.
Oh,
he's like, he went on this whole thing for like a couple of months where he's like, I'm an old man. I'm just going to be an old man, get off my lawn, even though I don't have a lawn, you know, sort of thing. And
he's delusional. He needs to stop that because I hit 30 and I was like, I'm finally grown. Yay.
Well, you know, he's just kind of, it was just like it was like a little phase that he went through. But I think that's part of the perspective that he's coming to that from, where he's like, you know, I was this teen heartthrob, you know, and sort of thing. But he's a lot more mature, both age-wise and mentally. So I think he doesn't really even identify with who he was at the time anymore.
I'll be remembered for. Please do not mention this on my tombstone. Actually, cremate me. Throw me away into the ocean. Turn me into a bush. Not your bush, you sicko. Cremate me. Bro's majestic. Now, what's really fascinating about this is actually the first time this video came out, a lot of people were utterly surprised at the fact that I looked like a woman with a really, really deep voice, and half of the comments were just aimed at that. But leave it up to the current change in culture with Gen Z that they're very, very used to that now. You look like a lady. The last time that this was acceptable was in the 80s, but leave it up to the new culture to be actually quite tolerant. What is very strange is that I would say that there's a lot more tolerating and tolerable comments in this new audience here on Gen Z, and they're actually not as surprised.
Oh, no, hang on. Don't ask me how I managed to turn that damn thing off like that. My bad. My bad.
Take over. I was about to say,
that I look like an edgy,
I had a moment.
lesbian. If anything, they're actually super into it. Get at me. Don't. Temptation. Stay away, Gen Z. I am learning restraint. Damn. Just say no. She said yes with no hesitation. Have you ever been
that part? Just say no.
Studio with a crew of 10 people watching your every move, and then realize that this video has the potential for millions of people to see, and then you are told that you should straight up reject somebody as harshly as possible for everyone to say, oh, thank you very much for being so straightforward. That was very nice of you. Imagine if I did say, do you love him? No. That'll do very, very well in pop culture in the mainstream audience, wouldn't it? The most mature relationship I've ever seen, honestly. Yeah, so obviously the replies are very, very mixed. And that's me. I'm very, very mixed. You can't even tell what ethnicity or gender or what I'm actually into anymore. And that's totally fine. I've undergone at least maybe 60 identity crises ever since this video came out, and I'm still trying to figure that out. Anyways, if you're looking in this video for like the actual tea spill and like how I feel deeply and emotionally and brooding and mysterious, first of all, I'm going to do it myself. I am no longer the purveyor of darkness. I still have that there, but I've resolved a lot of it. I've grown a lot since then, even though I look like instead of aging 5 years ahead, I aged backwards 5 years. Don't know how that happened. That's why I'm the Flip Lord. I'm not even the Flip Lord anymore. Don't say that. If you're curious of like the actual drama that went down, dude, this video blew the hell up. It basically kickstarted my career. It had half of the people on the internet hating me. And then I moved overseas. And then the video blew up once more for my dear friends on Alba and Preach. Shout out to them. I love those guys. And then from there, Jubilee hit me up to do another reunion video where I've had to video call her.
Okay, to break down
in the most awkward way possible.
As a small business owner.
Damn it.
Okay, see, now I get it. Now I get it.
Hello.
Nice jacket.
Yeah.
Nice jacket. I don't know why I said that. I guess it was a nice jacket. And then once that subsided, the next generation decided to grow up. TikTok was like, core, deep mental health, depressive, melancholic edits. And I, of course, my 5-year-ago self was the poster child of melancholy and depression. So here I am thinking that maybe I should just move on. Maybe I should just ignore everything. And it definitely like re-spiked a bit of like inner emotional turmoil, I guess. After this came out, I'm like, what do I do with this? Like, oh my God, people are messaging me again. Like, should I like talk about it? And I was like, let me just do a reaction video. Do I just completely ignore this? But I'm like, you know what? Internet, new TikTok. If you're going to make me relive through this, then I might as well make something out of it, okay? I definitely do not get paid enough for this job, and I pay enough through my emotional turmoil. So that being said, here's some entertaining comedic monologue talking about this thing that happened 6 years ago, because I definitely did not get paid for that video, and I still don't get paid for that video. And this TikTok that blew up ain't giving me no royalties, okay? So I'm doing what I can to make the best out of the troubling situation. But maybe I can tell you some other things. You know, first of all, it's very interesting that in this 15 seconds, people are still judging every point of my character and being like, you know, all men are definitely the same. She got her heart broken. How dare he do that? But then, like, no one's actually like recognizing like how old she is, how old I am, in the age gap, which I think in the landscape of the internet, it would definitely be a problem if the roles are switched, if the man was like 43 and a girl was 24. But I don't actually have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with age gaps personally. I am a consenting adult. So is she. We were both consenting adults that signed up for this show. I own it. I'm not complaining at all. I still live with it. And I actually don't have a problem with it anymore. I never had a problem with it. I completely, out of my own free will, decided to do it. Maybe I can give you some extra details of what happened in this video, or at least what led up to it, because I'm tired of being overly serious and I can't relive defending myself to the internet public anymore, because personally, I don't care. I am on an individual journey, and I am just here to entertain the humans below occasionally, here to pop up. Hi guys, I'm back. How I got on the Jubilee thing was that I ended up accidentally running into a friend who was a videographer. And this guy ended up getting a job at Jubilee in maybe 2 years after knowing him. And they actually planned on having another couple on the show.
Hang on. Let me get to the point where he starts talking about the whole... Back up.
Chicken fingers? Oh, chicken nuggets.
Also, we say yes to any opportunity. And then again, if people are like, that's what you signed up for, how did you not know? It's like, bro, did you know what chicken McNuggets taste like before you tasted a chicken McNugget? Some people hate pineapples, but how do you know if you like the pineapple until you eat it? You know, you don't know what you're signing up for generally until you're there. And it's like, you don't know what's going to unfold. The whole thing was actually 100% real. It might come off like I'm just like this brooding side character in a K-drama, just being like, I don't know what love is within myself, but I know how to make love in you. Good Lord, I just really want to retire this teen heartthrob shtick, please. So we literally show up on the shoot.
Okay, I'm gonna kill that. I love him. He is just, he's been a favorite of mine for a long time. But you see what I mean? He's not taking any of this seriously at all anymore. He's not even really hurt by it anymore. His big thing was
he shouldn't. Should not.
And growth, him evolving as a person, all of the experiences that he's had since then have molded him to where he's at now. And the fact that he's just kind of like, he's well past that anger of who are you to judge me? Now he's like, judge me. I don't give a damn.
This would be, in all honesty, this would be what most of us, especially those that look, react to, or listen to Foodie Beauty, this would be the kind of growth that we would expect from her, to go through a situation, to learn from it, to be able to expound on it, and to say that, I'm no longer that same individual to go through that anymore. And
Well,
now I'm able to poke fun at it. But Foodie's
I
stuck in a
think,
perpetual cycle.
well, I think like with him, it's not just the saying, because like he said it, he's like, I'm not that person that I was then, that's been a long time ago. But not only is he saying it, but he's showing it.
Well, it's all about showing it. When you show it, you don't have to say it. You
Right.
just sat there and said you can watch him on a day-to-day basis, and you can tell his moods and his swings, and you can be able to tell when he's having a bad day because you've paid that much attention.
Because I've been around long enough, and it would probably not really be, this is going to sound bad, too much of a drastic difference between watching Foodie, because those of us that are around that watch her, we can see those subtle shifts. Even when she's not saying that there's something wrong, you can look at her and there are small visual tells that let you know that there's something off. And it's just a part of being present and observing, them, that makes it apparent. And the difference between her and him is she will say all day long, I've changed. I'm not that person anymore. But then she continues to exhibit the same behavior, showing that she hasn't changed at all. Whereas him, like I said, just between that last video where he was like, who are you to judge me? And I've been through some shit and nobody wanted to ask about that. Him just being angry because of being overwhelmed, to where he's at now. It's like seeing two entirely different people, not just in physical appearance, but in behavior and emotional response. So
That's called growth.
It speaks a lot to his growth.
That's the growth that everybody is searching for in these internet personalities that we're watching. That's the growth. And that is also the lack of growth that keeps us watching these same individuals. That's what keeps us watching Foodie, because deep down inside, no matter what our rationale tells us, it tells us that deep down inside, we want to see some positive change for these individuals.
Yeah.
I want to see positive change for Pierre, so that, and it's evident. It's evident in his attitude, his behaviors, the way he addressed that video. I know it's evident in everything that he does, and that's good to see, because that's a sign of an individual learning. But unfortunately, I'm stuck in a world of madness where these individuals are standing at death's door, holding his hand. He's got 1.5 gold nickels to cross the river of Styx, just looking for a half penny more. And they still don't get it.
Right. And I mean, talking about what Rainbow was saying, that is very much something that, I've had those conversations
thank you.
During one of Pierre's lives, actually, because he was talking about that sort of thing. And mostly about like people that are younger than him. And I said, I generally and sincerely feel bad for these younger groups, because they do not know a time frame where everything is not public. And that because of that, they're not able to make mistakes and do things and say things that they're not proud of, and that they can't learn from them the same way we did. It actually inhibits them from becoming a more fully developed adult that way, because they are being conditioned to hide who they are, to put up this little filtered, lovely facade, and to present themselves as that facade all the time.
I would argue that point as to the difference in those individuals that you just spoke of would be the difference in their online presence.
Yes, and like with him versus with Foodie, he will come back at people, but he does it in a way which mocks the person coming at him for, basically in a way it's like, how do you not feel stupid for saying and doing this?
There's a way to,
and Foodie
defend yourself. No, Foodie attacks.
Yeah, she just full on attacks.
Foodie attacks, and she has zero basis to stand on, because her first line of defense is a mean girl line of defense, which automatically attacks somebody's physical appearance. And Foodie, in this aspect, literally has no legs to stand on.
That too. I mean,
you can't talk about nobody else's appearance now, man.
I can give you a prime example. Like, we've seen how Foodie responds to people, how she deals with things. Pierre, completely on the flip side of the coin, there was a guy in Belgium that is a big online person who has like a lot of followers in comparison to Pierre. He stole everything about Pierre. The eye makeup, changed his hair up, started wearing similar clothes to Pierre and all of that. And somebody brought it to Pierre's attention. And he started making jokes about it. And he was like, he did like a whole video response on it. And he was like, he's like, imitation is the highest form of flattery. He says, and since this guy's got a bigger following than me, he says, I can't help but be flattered. He says, but I feel bad for the guy that he lacks imagination. And it turned into a whole online thing for probably about 2 weeks. And
yeah, because it was an honest response. It wasn't mean, vicious, or anything. It was just like,
it wasn't in the slightest. Yeah. Well, the guy started trying to kind of needle Pierre, and what he ended up doing, he ended up doing a diss track on the guy. He put it out, and that was the end of it. And I was like, that is fucking hysterical. And he was like talking about, like, he was like, part of the lyrics was, I got my necklace strapped on. I got your girl wrapped on. Basically implying that the dude's girl was like hitting him up, which apparently actually did happen.
Oh yeah, most rap is based off of something.
He did it in such a way that I was like, "This is fucking amazing." Hang on.
Yeah, he's a good person to follow if you want to watch somebody work their way through adversity and deal with it, because I still think he's got a therapist. You said he's got a therapist, right?
Yeah, he's been seeing one. But this right here, I mean, it was fucking priceless. And I mean, and this will show you kind of like where his talents lie. He does a lot of like video and photo editing and everything. And his channel, he goes through whole runs. Like, he created an entire mini series, and he was the only person in the entire mini series where he was playing all these different characters in varying makeup and costume and all of that. It was wild. And he is so incredibly talented. But
yes, this is what happens when you have nothing but time on your hand.
Right. But he's also, and you'll see it in here too. Like, he's one of those ones that he's so incredibly smart that he's always changing hobbies. Like, he took up nunchucks, and then he would do nunchucks until it got to a point where it stopped being challenging. And then he changed to like whittling wood, and he did that for a little bit. And then he started doing kickboxing. I mean, his ability, his intelligence and his capability of picking up things is just really staggering. And it goes to show you just how smart he is. But here's the diss track. And I thought it was so funny because it's nothing but him in it too.
Just having a good time.
Yeah.
So would it be the same if it wasn't for the money? Honestly, all the drama, I just think it's funny.
See that line he says, personally, all the drama, I just think it's funny.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's how he deals with things. And to me, the fact that like in the entire time that was going on, he was like, everybody was like, are you going to say something? Are you going to say something? And he's like, yeah. And then he'd be sitting there like this, just smirking, because he knew what he was doing and he wasn't telling anybody. And then just out of nowhere in the middle of the day, he dropped that. And add to it, he's a musician too. And he's got a very eclectic style of music too. But it was a banger. I was like, dude, wasn't playing about it. I was just like, I got to give nothing but respect to the guy. I mean, I was like, most people don't respond like that and they don't handle it in an adult way. And the fact that he's just like, bro, I ain't studying you. I think this shit's funny. And then he just kept right on trucking like it never even happened.
Well, he's got a lot. He's got a lot more self-confidence. He's got a lot more skills. He's got a lot more, as I stated, time on his hands to be doing all of this, and it's great. I'm glad. It's wonderful for him to be able to respond like this. I might need to hit
I
some
agree.
for a
And
collab.
he actually was like,
drop some hits over here.
He actually said at one point during that song, he was like, he was like, here I am all by myself and you need a whole team, talking about the other guy, because the other guy, he's just one guy. He gets in front of the camera, but he's got everybody and their brother doing everything else for him. Basically saying, you can come at me if you want to, but you can't do even half what I do. Nice try. So I was just kind of like, following him has been really kind of an adventure, and it's really been fun, even when he's been in those dark nihilistic moments where he was like, what is the whole point of life? Life is just so fucked up. Everything is messed up right now. What do we do about that? You know? And
see, that's got me thinking, because I've already talked to my cousin about dropping some tracks. Let me go over here and see about it. Drop some girl world tracks over here. Pull up my channel up real quick. He dropped a diss track on that fool. I got some diss tracks I need to make too.
Well, I think it would be funny. I think it would be absolutely hysterical. But I mean, a lot of these folks that are in here, they're just kind of like, man, what is any of this? I know I've seen it a couple times. Like, they're like, what does this stuff really have to do with Foodie? But I think we have hit on some of why, where there is correlation, but there is a lot of differences between the two. But I also did want to present somebody else and saying, you know, if you need a break from this woman, there are plenty of other people out here in these YouTube streets that actually do have something to offer.
I think that's the part that I enjoy, because as different as he is in presentation and the things that he may talk about, he is refreshing to know that he's a real person. He goes through ups and downs, and somehow is
and he doesn't really do
his
it,
way through them.
He doesn't really do it destructively. Let's say it like that.
Well, I mean, that's objective, but yes, I can see that it's not as destructive as Foodie. No,
yes.
definitely not. But it's always refreshing to see something positive, especially when shit. I'm gonna tell you, I swim in the shit that's in Foodieverse and all these rabbit holes that I'm in. I've seen so many teeth pop out of mouths that I worry about my own.
Believe me, do I know? And I mean, and I'll be honest with you. I mean, even though, I mean, we know the eyes follow Foodie, the eyes follow ALR, and no offense to anybody. I mean, I'm as caught up in that as everybody else, but I mean, I don't want to be so caught up that that's all that I do, you know, and that's why I do a lot of my own stuff, even though a lot of people may not really be interested. I mean, and Foodie has said it, you know, when these reaction channels do their own vlogs, they don't get near as many views, and no, mine don't, but they're still mine, and it's
not
still
the point of that.
It's still talking about something other than her. You know, and people deserve to be able to have a break from her and ALR.
And that's why I also try to, unfortunately, my shows run a little bit long because of that, but I also try to present other people to look at and some funny things. I'm always got a rail to pop in and out of, because I think no matter how fake or real that may be, I think it's hysterical to come to the point that strangers will just meet a random stranger and then break up their entire relationship over a 30-minute phone call. Y'all are crazy for this. So I like that. And there's other people out there to watch. It's not all about Foodie, and Foodie's doing herself in. She's really extraordinarily boring. And she's getting more boring by the day.
Yes.
Her going back to, I think that this arc right here, her going back to Kuwait was possibly the worst thing that she could have ever done.
I'm pretty sure we're looking at the death knell of it all.
We're looking at the final one, because if she doesn't get proper treatment for her health in the way that she's eating, even though some of it looks a little bit healthier, the portions are still
Yes, and I pointed that out last night, like her talking about, oh, well, you know, the endocrinologist is saying that He's more pasta.
Say no endocrinologist. I'm sorry.
I know. I'm not fixing to say indoctrinologist. And he likes whole wheat pasta instead of, and I'm sitting here and I said this last night. I was like, first of all, ma'am, stop with the blowing smoke up people's asses. There's only like a 6 gram difference in carb count between whole wheat and regular spaghetti. Nice try. You're not fooling nobody. Secondarily, every bit of what's on that plate don't look fuck all like whole wheat pasta.
Now, question, because I think this was a question of contingency. Do you think the chicken bones added more nutrients or more sodium to this? Because she left the entire chicken carcass in there.
She might have got a little bit more protein out of it, but probably not much else.
She pulled a whole chicken thigh out of her mouth.
Because, I mean, it's going to sound wild, but, you know, as somebody who's on, like, I try to focus on the amount of protein that I get in every day. Like when I do rice, when I make rice, I don't use water with my rice. I use stock with my rice because it infuses your rice with a little bit more protein. But then, you know, I'm one of them crazy people that I buy protein rice made from chickpeas, and then I use the stock with it too, so that I can increase the protein content a little bit more, because like my aim right now is like 100 or more grams of protein a day to keep my weight under control and to keep me from muscle wasting. So if she would take the time to actually listen to what she's being told,
won't do that.
Then maybe she would have some sort of actual positive result, but you know, she doesn't hear shit. Secondarily too, and I don't know if anybody really recognized it, but all this bullshit foolishness that she's doing, like her trying to tight walk on the edge of the fountain and her trying to jump up and grab a hold of monkey bars, her stepping wrong and her going down might be the last thing that happens to her.
Well, I am here for it.
An injury may be it for her. She may never get out of bed again.
That's fine by me, because there's no amount of times that you can keep telling her. There's no amount of times that she can go to the doctor here, go to the doctor there, fly back to Canada, try to figure it out. There's no amount of times that I or you can do anything about it. So whatever she wants to present and show us, if she falls down and Salah, because Salah's not going to help her up. He's going to sit there and watch her waller for about 2 minutes before he turns the camera off.
He'll turn the camera off, and then he'll be calling whatever emergency services they got there to bring in the fire department to pick her up.
When she's just going to lay there until then?
Oh,
well, I'm here for it, because as Grandmama would always tell you, what does that hard head give you?
Soft ass.
Well, this one won't be moving too much further. And
nope.
Again, you talk about rehashing content. When we talk about Pierre, and he's just going through things that he dealt with 6 years ago, Foodie is purposely doing that by continuously bringing up FFG, Natter, these cats that nobody gives a damn about. And I love cats. Don't get me wrong. I love cats. But at the point where I voluntarily give my cat up, that's the end of the conversation. It's no about I gave it to the wrong person, or that's the end of the conversation.
I agree. And I mean, realistically, you can take a look at Foodie and Pierre as like two opposite ends of the spectrum, because Pierre has had plenty enough bad things happen to him. And watching videos of him for a long time, there have been several things that have happened that he's talked about. And obviously it's stuff that causes him hurt, and it causes him hesitation when dealing with people and all of that stuff. But it's only a temporary hesitation or a temporary hurt. He continues to push forward and push past it. And even with anything that he's dealt with, whether it's his physical health, it's mental health, whatever, he continues on with this. Something has got to give here. Something's got to change. I can do something about this. And that's his mindset. I can do something about this, no matter what the circumstances may be. Whereas her, she's like, I'm going to do something about this and not following through on it in the slightest. And
he has a much better willpower to be able
Yes.
to
Yeah.
force himself through some of these hard times, to be able to distract himself from some of these hard times by doing extracurricular stuff and getting involved in other things, which of course will always lead to bigger, better, more knowledge, more things come. Foodie, as we can see, Foodie's already decided that she's not going to have a reaction channel now after one day of saying how she was going to come after all of us reaction channels. And I promise you, regardless of how boring her reactions to any of us may have been, we all would have watched those to see who she's going after next. We
Yes.
all would have watched those.
I gave old girl full permission to react to anything that she wanted to. And I said, but the only stipulations that you got, old girl, is you can't use my appearance. You can't talk about my accent. I said, but you want to address the things that I've got to say and whether or not they're valid, you can knock yourself out.
I gave her a complete green light. Come and get me. Come look at what I got. Come over here and stream snipe me, for the love of God. Whatever you do, put me on stream snipe me, Foodie, because that's going to be the last time you stream.
But you know where she went.
The facts will be she's
she
too
went
lazy.
Straight to. She actually told on herself. She went to straight to FFG first.
Mm-hmm. Of course she did. Of course you did.
I mean, that would be, how stupid can you be? That would be like passing. That would be like going to the very end of the game and playing the final boss at the end of the game before you ever even did the first.
Get your gear up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She walked into a fight unarmed, knowing that, because in her mind, she is at that level and she's not, and she probably won't ever be.
She's diminished her level that she was at.
Yeah.
She's peaked. She's on a steady decline at this point.
Yes.
But
and
yeah.
that right there, that sort of stuff is the reason why I will always stand people like Pierre, and not just him, but other people that fall into that same vein that he does, because it's perpetual forward motion. It's always leveling up. If it's not like just in the things that he's trying out, it's him teaching himself new things. It's him coming on and perpetually kicking up the content next level every time he has a phase of like evolution. His content changes along with him, and it's perpetually getting better and better and better and better. And how much he has devoted himself to, not just because it's not just him doing it for the money. He's doing it he's emotionally investing into it as an extension of himself. It's his outlet, and that's part of what makes his content so good. And that's what Foodie is missing, because for her, it's just about the clicks. It's just about the views. It's just about the cash. Pierre doesn't work. YouTube is his job. And I can guarantee you, he makes a hell of a lot more money than she does.
Well, he should, because he's a hell of a lot more entertaining than she ever will be.
Well, you add to it, like even before the great unfollowing, when he cut all the hair and mohawked it and all that stuff, he had something like 250,000 plus following him. And I think now he's got between 150 and 200.
He's still doing great.
Yeah, he's doing great, and he'll continue to do great because of the fact that he cares enough about what he's doing. And I think that plays a big difference too in the roles between like a lot of the reaction channels versus her, because the people that are reacting to her have more of an investment in what's going on than she does.
I think that's one of the reasons why I like to share a lot of reaction channels, because we're out here. And the one thing that when I do go live, the one thing I am going to say is that, I was really hoping that Foodie was going to put in that time to do reactions so that she can understand that we're just not out here willy-nilly picking up videos with bullshit to say. We've had to put some extra thought. We've had to look at this shit a whole couple of times. We had to go through, maybe even jot down some damn it notes and get this timestamp here and everything else. It's a lot more to react in the videos than just popping a video in.
And that's what she thinks, because she actually said that on the pasta video where she said, yeah, I'm going to put it on and I'm just going to make it as transformative as y'all do. I'm going to pause it and every so often be like, that's stupid. And then unpause it. I was sitting there thinking, boo-boo, that is not at all what this looks like.
Could not wait for her to do that just once.
Not at all.
Just once.
I mean, like, take like this whole sit down with you tonight on Pierre. I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. I was a little nervous doing this sort of reaction thing because, number one, it's about somebody that you're not nearly as familiar with him as I am. But two, Pierre, for me, he is a next level. He's a next level YouTuber in comparison to Foodie. He has so much more to offer. He has so much more to offer than she does. There is not a lot that I can say about him that could really be anything like Foodie. With Foodie, I'm like, that's incorrect, and here's why that's incorrect, and this is what's wrong with what you're saying, and this and that, and what have you. And most of this stuff with him, it's just like, okay, I agree with every bit of that, and here's why I'm agreeing with it. Well, it would be hard to actually be able to play a devil's advocate for somebody like Pierre, because everything of his is so well thought out.
He has a more well thought out, well formulated argument that's going towards his cause, his purpose. He has more cause and purpose for what he's out here doing on the internet versus just what Foodie is doing. And he's a lot more educated. He's a well-educated.
He absolutely is.
Foodie is just impulsive, vindictive, and hateful, and she's just out here because she found somebody that's going to watch her. So when you talk about the differences between the amount of effort and work that are being put in to his channel versus the amount of effort and work being put into Foodie's channel, then you don't have to go any further than referencing that diss track. Look at the amount of work and effort it took to make one diss track, the amount of work and effort it takes to make himself up every day to get on live and to do anything he's doing. And look, Foodie's biggest effort of anything was she drew a little stencil picture and had some background voices on it.
Yeah, I mean, and if she thinks that what she is doing is dynamic, I mean, I could really and seriously embarrass her. I mean, God's honest truth. Hang on, real quick here. Let me find a spot. Pause. Okay. Last thing I'm going to show you, because this, to me, when I first watched this, I was like, this is fucking amazing. This was all done at home in his apartment. All of these are him in varying characters. Okay. Look at the level of work he's put into this.
Oh yeah, he's got some talent over here. He's got some computer skills.
Oh yeah. Hang on. There we go.
Make our lives easier, safer, a perfect world with a shared vision. The vision of the greater good.
I like what he did there.
There's one where he
took an old picture of himself and then put it in the suit in a new picture.
Look at this. Look at this one.
You broke up with your fling on a live stream.
Wait, hold on. I really don't mean to be impolite, but I don't really know you, and that was my favorite sweater. So if I could just have it.
Oh, but I'm just trying to help. You were literally choking on water, and I had to give you CPR.
CPR? Like mouth to mouth?
Yeah. Sucked every last drop out of you.
Oh my God, this fool. Yeah, that's what you do when you got talent and time.
And I mean, there are others where like in this same realm where he's again playing all these varying characters. There's one where he's kind of like not like a samurai, but a ninja. And it was actually just like he's like standing there and he's like this, and everything behind him is just like moving so fast that it isn't even a form anymore. It's just like streaks of light. It was actually really fucking amazing. And I was like, this dude and he was putting them out like a week apart at a time, like in a series. And I was like,
yeah,
this
toot his horn because he's amazing. He's something.
I was like, there is no way he was sleeping in the last week, as much hands-on intensive labor as this involved. And when he got to the end of it, he was like, I'm so glad I'm done. He's like, I'm so tired. I need a break. And
yeah,
and
because it's like these projects. That's why I do these short videos, because I mean, when you get started, you don't want to stop. You want to get it done. You want to get it edited. You want to get it finished. And it may take you 6 hours. You just don't know. The clinic call took about 6 hours to get it all together and everything done and fixed.
I can't even imagine. See, there are so many of y'all, and I say y'all as in you and the rest of these girl world folks that are so much more talented than I am.
I am not. I refuse.
You are in comparison to me.
I am not. You know, I just started editing like in November of 2021. So, I mean, I don't think I'm doing any good. I need to upgrade some software. I need to get some more stuff, make some more videos and practice.
Well,
but
I say that, you know, because I mean, I didn't start actually doing like real edited videos until like within this past year. And to me, my stuff is basically just cobbling together, you know, but that's just my mind, because I'm used to seeing stuff, you know, and being like, holy shit, I don't think I could ever pull that off. And you know, I'm constantly trying to learn new things. And listen to this one. Nah, I just cuss at Heffa's foolishness. I'm just lucky my old behind ass learned.
OBS.
See, I ain't even tried OBS, Kalari. The fact that you already stepped up into OBS says a lot, because I mean, it looks really complicated in comparison to StreamYards. So, you know, and look at Inferno. He's like, you're both talented. Stop it. Now I'm not overly great probably a presentation, but I think I'm actually, I do better with like the communicative part of it, making my point, being clear and concise as I can be, doing it in a way that makes it relatively entertaining so that people can try to learn a little something while they're laughing at my foolishness. That to me probably is where I excel versus the actual production end of it. You have this fine chemistry, this fine line of both, and I don't know. I didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything. I'm just being me, sharing opinions.
Oh, man, we have been at this 2.5 hours. Isn't it weird how every single time me and you get together on something that ain't supposed to take a lot of time, we end up turning it into a whole evening sort of deal?
I don't mind. It seems like a good time.
It is a good time though, but that's what I'm saying. Though we start getting into it and laughing and cutting up and acting a fool, and then we lose track of time.
Well, this is true. This is all true, but it was interesting. I enjoyed it.
And I'm hoping that, you know, the folks that are in here with us that have hung on and everything through all of it has been entertained by it, and, you know, got to see a little bit something different than what they're used to, and kind of understand what I meant when I said that it does kind of correlate with the Foodieverse a little bit, because there are similarities and of course differences, and being able to shine light on both and, you know, broaden the perspective on it all, I think is a good thing.
I think just showing something positive or showing somebody that goes through adversity and end up in a more positive way, even through their adversity, even though they may not have dealt with it initially right, the correct way, or made mistakes along the way. It's always nice to see somebody with a come up. And
Yeah, I
like I
agree.
said, the people that we're watching, they're not coming up, they're just going straight down.
And I don't even really know exactly how far Pierre goes into like looking to see if there's anything about him. I mean, I know he has stuff sent to him from time
He
to time.
doesn't care that much.
I don't think he
He,
does
he
either.
doesn't care that much.
I mean, I think unless something is specifically brought to his opinion, to his not to his opinion, to him for perspective. If he ever sees this, I'm so sorry. I don't think I did you justice.
I'm
But
not sorry. I think he's very interesting. And I think you have done him justice, especially to the audience that you present to. You
well,
presented a brand new person to people that has never seen him, and now we have a more positive perspective on individuals out here on the internet that are sharing their lives with everybody, and
yeah.
we know that
Well,
there are some functional people
I didn't
that can't
really.
work it out.
Well, when I say that I feel like I didn't really do him justice, is that there was so much involved to that whole storyline in relation to what happened between him and Stephanie and how it all played out and everything, that if we had done all of that, it would have been an incredibly long stream. And I was really trying to grab the most relevant points to be able to kind of make it a little bit more condensed. And it's even though those points are important and they do kind of drive, the chain of events, it's always the small nuance of it all that makes the picture complete. And that's why I was like, I don't feel like I really did him justice in it all. So
Well, I
if
will
I
say that
I would have.
I will say that even though I'm not as well versed on him, I did do some homework and I have watched a couple of videos because you showed him to me and I was like, okay, I'll check him out.
Did I send you the pretty privilege one?
Yeah. Yeah. And I watched that one and a couple of different ones after that because I was like, oh, okay, well, as long as it is, he's making some pretty decent points here.
Yes.
He's got a pretty good level head on his shoulder. It's interesting.
Yeah, and actually, as crazy as it might sound, like the videos like Pretty Privilege, and he did one on like Asian racism, or racism toward Asians, and he's done some political talks. He actually, those are the least liked of all of his videos.
It's because
And
he's talking sense. People,
yeah,
again, when you are able to entertain yourself with a lot less thought, you go there and have a good time. But when you have to think about it, or somebody makes you think about what you're doing, then you might leave that good time. There's just a message out there for some of those channels that don't do any homework.
let me see. There was somebody that was asking it, and Pierre is Vietnamese. And his mom and dad are his mom and dad were immigrants, so he's an American born first generation American born Vietnamese gentleman who now lives overseas.
That's my third middle name, Blondie. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Calling you Shade.
My third middle name.
That's funny. Yeah, I just wanted a little break from the psychosis, and being able to come on here and just talk to everybody and just be able to hang out and just get into whatever, to me, is a good time. I would really rather do that than just sit on the couch watching TV.
Yeah, because it's way more interactive.
Well, that, and there you go. Inferno fixed it for you.
Shh. Yeah, it's always good to have a good break away from the monotony of whatever's going on. And being one that I can say that I really respect the fact that you helped me out a lot, because I watch you and you don't jump into the bullshit, the negativity with everybody else. You like everybody, you go where you want to go, and I love that. I love that.
Well,
And that's exactly
we've
what I'm
talked
trying to
about
do.
that. I mean, life is hard enough. Life out once you turn off the computer, life is fucking hard enough without involving yourself in it online. I mean, I'm not really here for that, you know.
No,
I
and
just don't see the
a
point.
lot
But
of us don't come here for that, but we get
right,
sucked into it really quick.
right. Look at this. Ant says, I also really like that you were on Hannibal's show and he gave you the Cobb's backstory. I didn't know a lot of that either. What's the status of Naked and Laughing now? Is she still in love?
Well, okay, you want to? Hey, Aunt, welcome. I can't get over the name. Sorry. Okay, well, Naked and Laughing has recently returned back to YouTube from her 7-day hiatus or 10-day ban. She returned the day before yesterday. She spent a whole 8 hours on live and she cussed out her mother.
Of course she did.
And she begged Cobes to send her money so that she could come and visit him for Valentine's Day. Is she in love with Cobes? Let her tell it. Yeah. Does she just want to get down there to see if she can increase the viewership of her channel? And that's pretty much more of what I think this is about. Would Cobes actually send her money because he claims that he received about $1,400 in YouTube payments? Yeah, Cobes would send her money. The problem will come in as Cobes will do this behind the scenes, trying to keep it quiet. Naked and Laughing will blurb and she'll tell everybody. And then, of course, the trolls will come in and ruin it all for everybody. So that's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at. But the problem now is, will Cobes give her $300 to $400 for a round trip ticket?
If he were an intelligent man, he would buy the ticket for her and just have her go pick it up. But we know Cobb is not an intelligent man. If he hands her the money for that ticket, it's going to be gone.
That's interesting. That's an interesting thought process right there.
Because
I didn't even think about that.
She has the same problems that he does. And as somebody on the other side of those problems, that money will be burning a hole in her pocket to go see her plug.
Interesting. Well, this is going to turn out to be a very interesting play. Yeah. I rue the day that they ever meet in person. I think that because of her age and her nastiness, that she would like completely dominate Cobra.
Probably.
Yeah, that won't be good. But I also know Cobra very well, and a lot of what she's doing right now, as far as the clinginess and being demanding, because she gets very upset when Cobra's not moderating in her channel, which again, she's already let everybody know. Cobra's let everybody know that he's a moderator for her channel. So the influx of trolls has begun.
Lovely.
But either way, these two, Cobra will get rid of her in a heartbeat once he realizes that she's moving too fast.
Yeah. I can almost guarantee you too, the other thing that'll happen is even if he buys her a round trip ticket, she will show up and she probably won't ever leave.
I guarantee you Clint would come and put her out. This would be where Clint activates his assholiness and comes over and puts her out because you're a 40-year-old woman trying to live in a single studio bedroom apartment with 33-year-old man who's definitely suffering from some mentals and some alcohol addiction.
Oh yeah.
And it definitely looks like you're trying to take advantage of him. Clint would come and put his foot down immediately. immediately. One reason why Cobra doesn't have people staying with him now is because when he moved into his original apartment, when he first moved out of Clint's basement around 18, 19, and he did have all of these people staying with him. He had a girlfriend stay with him for about a week, and she took complete advantage of him, took over the house, and Cobra said, "No, this is my house. I put you out." He had Couch Chris come and stay with him for almost 3 months, which he legitimately couldn't get rid of Couch Chris because it was wintertime and Chris had nowhere to go. And Cobra is really a nice person at his heart. And he didn't want to put the man out on the cold streets of Casper, Wyoming, even though he said, "Fuck you, Puff, get out." Cobra's had a lot of different people. Scotty stayed with him at one time. Not Scotty, but Warlord Alex stayed with him a couple of times. And Clint got to the point where these people are not considered on your lease, then they cannot stay with you. Because Cobes lost. I think they actually increased his rent one time. I know they did something with his money.
He was like, "Whoa, no, you got to go."
Right. Yeah, you got to get out of here. So Cobes will not allow anybody to stay more than 24 to 48 hours with him.
Oh, well, you know that when the time comes, if she shows up and that ends up happening, he's like, "Well, it's good having you. You got to go." That's going to turn into a knockdown drag out between the two of them.
It depends on how much liquor has been consumed. And that's going to be another point of contention if you ask me. If you ask me, if she ever makes it down to them and they end up having a couple of drinks together and she can outdrink Cobra, that's going to be an issue. If she consumes more alcohol than he does, that's going to be an issue. If she doesn't like the smell of his nasty ass, rancid, moldy water mead, that may be an issue as well. You see how he reacted over Christmas time with his parents just saying, "Don't drink that stinky shit around me."
I could probably, I'll tell you, if she isn't grossed out by it, then we'll see a video of him teaching her how to make it.
Oh my God, no.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure it's gross. I'm pretty sure it's gross.
Oh, I have smelled enough of it. Yeah. The stuff in the prison system, the whole damn wing will be smelling like it.
That leads me to believe that because the apartment complex that he lives in is like an inside hotel where you can walk in and there's a hallway with different doors. And
there's no question the neighbors are smelling it.
Then it's just a matter of time before they refuse to renew his lease.
Because I mean, working in prisons, all of those buildings are cinder block, concrete, you name it. And I have walked in from the exterior door into the middle, like the walk around the officer station.
Mm-hmm.
And you could smell it in that little walk around right there, not knowing which wing it's on, but you can smell it. It has a very
that's strong,
loud smell to it.
And the fruit don't help then.
No, and it's even louder when you're in the room with it. So, hey.
Well, he's gotten used to it. It's kind of like when you got hoard, and you got a smell when you hoard. He's gotten used to it, so he doesn't know if it stinks. He thinks it smells good.
He's absolutely nose blind. There's no question.
All I see is badness coming out of this
there
relationship.
You go. Inferno makes a valid point.
Yes, Inferno does make a valid point because where Josh lives is not necessarily the Ritz,
Is he in like subsidized housing?
Subsidized, yeah. He's in subsidized housing for not necessarily a group home, but they are a lot of drug addicts over there. We're going to say that.
Okay, well, see, then they're probably not put off by the smell in the slightest.
Close to halfway house living.
Okay, well, yeah, then they're just probably like, spraying some air freshener and keeping on rolling.
Pretty much. As well as they They did a good job. They put him on a corner apartment, so he's got some ventilation down the steps from the door, and then everybody else behind him is catching backdraft, I guess. You know, but that's about what's going on. So Codes is interesting. This is, I don't think for 1 second that if they physically were in the room with each other, that this would last longer than 48 hours. I don't think that they could stand each other longer than that.
Probably not. I would say based on like their choice of their drug of choice being what it is, probably not.
No. And I think both of them go harder. I'm pretty convinced that, and I don't know. This is my speculation. This is my opinion. Allegedly, I'm pretty convinced that there could be some pills going on over there in Naked and Laughing's life.
I could see that.
Just judging off of a couple of streams that I watched her.
And if I made an educated guess on what they probably were, I would say probably perks.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have that upper effect on people.
Mm-hmm.
And given the fact that given what we know about her, she is far too wound up to be on just anything that's specific to different.
Alcohol.
Yeah,
she's way too. But alcohol does have adverse effects on different people, and it does make some people aggressive. I would just cite that the fact that she lives at home with her elderly mother.
I could see that
there's possibly some pill abuse going on in that household, and I'm not sure if she works or not because she's streaming at very odd hours of the day.
I would say probably not then.
Well, I've never seen two people without a job, Shanny.
Rev.
Do anything good with themselves. So
me either. Speaking of, talk about a bunch of addicts. I'm thinking I'm gonna ditch this agency job for something a little bit closer to the house. Downside is all I am finding is rehab jobs. I don't mind rehab jobs, but I don't want to be a full-time person at a rehab, if that makes sense.
It depends on what kind it is. It depends. I don't know. You might need to put some thought into that.
I am. I have been having so many problems with booking shifts, and then either the facility canceling them, or the agency taking forever to upload shifts. That it's just like, what, if I sit around here waiting on y'all, I could be sitting here with no fucking money waiting on y'all. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. And most of the shifts that they do have posted are in Pensacola, and I'm not driving 2+ hours to go to work.
Yeah, that's a wow.
Yeah.
I mean, but no, that's a wow. Then you spend half your money on the damn hotel down there.
Yeah, and I'm not willing to do that. So I was just like, okay, as much as I don't want to be locked into one place, I'm probably just going to have to suck it up and do it. So
can't you do temporary? Like, hey, I'm going to switch over for a bit. Keep me posted when something better comes in. Bye.
Well, I mean, another thing too, and I haven't done my taxes yet, but because I'm a 1099 employee, I already know I'm going to have to pay in.
Well, see, I got to do that. That's next week. I'll do that next week.
I'm still waiting on W-2s to come in from all over the place.
I got mine the other day electronically.
Well, I think I've gotten one, and that was from the county jail, and that one was like the first one, and I haven't seen any others yet. And there are some of them, they wait till like the last minute to send them to you.
You gotta love them when you're damn near done, and then here's a brand new.
Yeah,
Gotta
and
add that
then
in.
yeah, you put that in, and you're just like, okay, I might be all right, and then you put that in, and it throws everything off, and you're just like,
Mhm. Right, right. You was happy for a second.
yeah. But no, I know what's going to get me is the agency work because it's 1099. They don't take any taxes out of it. So, yeah. So I already know I'm gonna end up paying in. I'm hoping just with the stuff that I've had that's been W-2 or W-4 based that I won't have to pay in a lot, but I know I'm gonna have to pay some in. It
It's the
sucks.
nature of the beast. Yeah.
It sucks. I if anybody and I'm gonna talk politics real quick for a minute, but we ain't gonna go real in depth in it. If anybody wants to win the presidency, they need to make it their goal to do away with payroll tax.
Instant win.
Yeah.
Instant win.
There would be no discussion. Because that's what's hemming up a lot of people right now is the fact that, number one, you're taxing our work. You're then taxing us for food. You're taxing us for the roads we use. You're taxing the gas we drive. You're taxing the vehicles we drive, the property we're living on, you name it. And we're getting taxed half to death, And then they want to know why it is that people can't afford things. That's shit. That's why, in addition to the inflation,
Exactly. In the addition to the inflation, because everything is skyrocketing.
Dude, we were figuring up all the calories that Foodie would have to eat, and Grebo was like, oh, do Cheetos. They have like a family size bag of Cheetos. And I found a page that had the family size bag of Cheetos on it. I think it was Walmart or somewhere. But a 17-ounce bag of Cheetos, it was listed for like $25. I was like,
holy shit.
Holy fuck. I was like, that. Somebody was like, God. I was like, I didn't really notice it until somebody said something about it. I was just like, that's insane.
That is insane for a bag of chips, cops.
I was like, hey, I didn't look, but I might have to go back and look and find out where that's at. I can almost guarantee you it's probably like New York or California or somewhere like that, because everything in some of these states are ridiculously high. High. Not that I'm mad about it, because God's honest truth, like stuff like that. I mean, if a bag of chips is $25, yeah, just give me one more reason not to be eating chips.
Thank you. That should automatically increase your diet right there.
Yep. I mean, and
there's no chips out there that's worth $25 that I think of.
Well, me either. And like you hear people say, oh, it costs so much more to eat healthy. It costs so much more. Yeah, it does. But in comparison to a $25 bag of chips, I mean, come on.
Yeah, I spend the extra $5 on something healthy if that's the case.
Yeah, well, but see, I'm one of those people too that like I do like meal prepping. So if I'm making stuff, it's making at least 4 meals. So, and I do like two, sometimes 3 things at a time. So I'll have like spaghetti. Like right now I got 3-4 bowls of spaghetti left from making spaghetti a couple of days ago. And it's, I think in like 1 bowl of spaghetti, I've got like 60 some odd grams of protein in a bowl of spaghetti.
I know I do a great job of maintaining my girlish figure and such, but I eat like a man. So those 3 bowls of spaghetti would have maybe lasted a day, a night, maybe.
Well, but I do like when I've only got one thing made like that, like I do like a sandwich, and then I'll do like fruit in between and stuff like that. But like if I don't want to do that, then I'll make 2 or 3 different things and divvy them out so that I've got a couple of options.
You see, I had actually sat here and I was going to say, yeah, okay, I'll jump on for a second and give you a talk. I got my show all prepped up. I'll go live tomorrow. I'm not doing this tonight. Let's just give me extra time to set up and prep, and because and
that means that just means tomorrow will go by so smooth.
It won't. It won't. There's never a day that anything goes smooth online. And tomorrow will be the day when I got the show prepped and everything's going good, and then somebody will go live with some stupid shit, and I got to cut over there and just that that's what happens on Fridays.
Well, and that's kind of like when we were talking about this stream last night. I said, I know this is going to be like a deviation, and of course, the way things has been going with Foodie, there's going to be some kind of bullshit upload. But I already know that there's going to be umpteen bazoodle other channels that have more subs and all that other stuff that are going to be dive bombing on it. I'm like, so I'm not worried
No
about
need to jump in there. You're
Yeah.
not missing anything.
Yeah. I mean, and realistically, I'm not foolish. I know, even though, and I said it like me and Grebo were talking about the Discord thing last night. I said, she was like, oh yeah, Discord's a great idea. And I was like, I don't even know why I did it. I mean, Nutty, God bless her. Nutty is like my saving grace in the Discord, because like I told her, I said, I've got like 1,200 subs on YouTube. I was like, but I've only got like 5 people in the Discord. And she was like, oh no, you've got like 15, but only so many of them are active. And I was like, well, see, there you go. And I think actually, Nutty, since you're here, baby, I think I'm gonna spend later on tonight and tomorrow sorting through that video thing, like watching that movie thing we were talking about, so that we can do that. Start doing that regularly. I think I talked to you about that, didn't I, Annie?
Yeah, because I think I was asking about that. That sounds good if you can find out information, because I've been stagnant on everything I've been trying to do with the Matrix and just staying regular. I hate to say that when I'm talking about Foodie, because I know that makes Salah kind of rock, and I don't want to get him all excited, but I'm trying to stay regular.
Hey, restrain yourself, sir. We don't need no tumescence around here.
I don't want to be constipated and just clogged up with content over here. So
I agree. But I do think like that I did mean it when I said that I wanted us to start doing like a regular movie night thing. And no offense to YouTube, but they love to fuck things up for people. So
don't they? Yes, they do. I was trying to figure out how to get that done as well.
God's honest truth. If they wanted to, like, they could have like all of the revenue from that thing if they would just let us upload and watch stuff as a group like that on YouTube. To me, that would just be an awesome thing to let us do, and be like, hey, just give all the damn money from that stream to whoever the hell's supposed to get it, because I'm not worried about that. But I don't know.
I have to look into that, because I know YouTube has movies on there, but they also.
Well, even the ones that are on YouTube, even though like they're on YouTube, if you try to use them, they're still copyrighted. So
that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. There are actually like whole channels that, like, I can't think of. There was one that I actually watched the colorized version of Night of the Living Dead on it. And it is literally the whole movie, start to finish, with like little momentary breaks going, you're on the such and such channel, and here's what we do, and and then it'll go back to the movie. But it's like a horror flick channel, and that's all they do, is they literally just do nothing but the whole movie with like an introduction and then a summary at the end, and that's basically it. And it's just like, how are they getting away with that?
How are they getting away with that? See, anyway, I don't have that much knowledge. That's why I'm doing a lot of research, a lot of homework behind the scenes, trying to get things together. Still working on getting my programs for my merch down. Fell into this Cyrax rabbit hole yesterday, where Cyrax was exposed again this month, January 2024, for
talking to underage girls again.
Talking to underage girls. I was able to maybe send a message to Wings 007, trying to get a panel with him to try to see the motivation behind the catfish. But the one thing that ties all this together would be Tibbs TV. And I spent the entire day going down this Tibbs TV rabbit hole, and well, that's what's coming up next because this guy, well, I don't know if he's worse than Cyrax or not, but he's definitely on the level with Cyrax and has called himself Cyrax's new manager, his new savior. He's going to save Cyrax's content. And you're going to have to see his sex doll as well. So, yeah, this is interesting things that I find out here.
Kat was giving you some advice.
Some hi-fi or Uber made. I appreciate that. Thanks, Kat. Thanks for looking out for us.
But I will tell you, dear God, do not get the Apple Crush version.
Was it that bad? Did you finish all of those?
Dude, I did. I did actually.
Okay, tell me how that went.
You want to watch it?
Why not? I'm here. I'm not gonna go live, so yeah, let's go. Let's do this. You gave me an extra 20 hours to set up. This is gonna be a hot show.
I actually ended up taking part of it because it was right. It was right at the time that I was supposed to go to Jacksonville. So I ended up doing the last two on the way to Jacksonville. And I was like, I'm not drinking this whole damn thing because number one, I'm just not doing that, you know, but I was like, but I'm tasting it. I'll give y'all my opinion, whatever. And yeah.
You was wrong. You was wrong. You was wrong.
And I can't think of who it was. Somebody last night was like, God bless you for saving us from that. I was like, well, you know, I was like, it ain't no worse than some of the other stuff I've done to myself. But, you know, if it can save somebody else from having to go through the torture, then.
You did them all? You said, what were the flavors?
I had 2 of the Unimate ones, the ones that she loves to drink that she says taste like tea, which they don't. Mm-hmm. Then there was, oh my God, hang on. I think I go into it. Hang on.
Were they grainy?
Morning, everybody. So a couple things going on. Some of it incredibly unexpected, but here we are. Life happens. I came home last night.
What's incredibly unexpected? I'm listening.
Talking about Romeo's face. Got up today, went outside to feed Romeo, and he has a huge abscess on the side of his face.
No.
He's fine now. We fixed him. I don't know when it happened because when he doesn't come by to speak to me to get attention, he wanders. So I don't know specifically when it happened. We're here in town, really swell trip. Have him. I'm going to hope for the best and with you guys because if you remember, I bought the Unimate packet seasonings. That's a lemon one. Fancy Metamucil that Foodie has been using.
Okay.
And I thought we would give them a go. So this is the Unimate, the one that's supposed to be giving her all this miraculous energy, which I'm going to need today because I've got 40 million things to do before I'm done. This is supposed to be mixed according to the packaging. Well,
so
that's not encouraging.
So it comes out of powder. Why is it bubbling? Is it supposed to bubble?
I guess so.
You know, I use powdered hot coffee or hot chocolate, and it don't bubble like this.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, but let me show you what I ended up doing to it. That's kind of here.
Inferno.
Okay. All right, so got the handy dandy mixer set up and running here. I am opting to use the mixer on it because of all of the little nasty little clumps that you will inadvertently have if you let this just sit and dissolve it on its own devices here. I'm going to say this is not looking real appealing, you know what I mean?
It's not, no.
It's kind of gross.
Very gross.
Hopefully it'll taste better than it looks, but so far I'm not feeling optimistic.
Maybe you need to add some water.
Alrighty. All right, so it is mixed, as you guys can see. Like I said, it's not really
Time out. Pause.
visually.
Why does it look like you're carrying a bowl of wonton soup?
Because that's what it looks like.
Is it supposed to be like clumps in there?
no.
I thought you mixed it up.
I did mix it. Well, it's got ice in it.
No way.
Oh, that explains it.
I used to drink out of this cup whenever I would be painting in here, like painting the walls. So, I haven't figured out a way to get that off. So I'm just kind of rolling with it. Imagine it tasting, it will be tolerable cold versus it being at room temperature. So, okay, this is the lemon flavored Unimate. Okay,
No.
this is the taste.
Don't do it. Oh, ma'am.
Okay. So, initial reading on this is
Your face said it all. It's like, nope.
flavor as Crystal Light tea. For those of y'all that are familiar with that, you know, it used to be really popular back in the day. Crystal Light had a tea that had like a lemon flavor to it.
I remember that.
Now, that's
It was nasty as fuck.
the initial taste, but now that I have sat with it for a minute, it has this underlying
Aftertaste kicking in.
flavor to it that's actually kind of unpleasant.
Was it like that manure flavor? That manure?
It was very. I couldn't really.
Be pleasant for a moment.
It's one of those where when you exhale, you can smell it through your nose, and you're like, "Well, where the
Not
fuck did
quite.
that come from?"
And then it's gone. And you have this subtle, almost it almost is like a mixture of lemon and like what peat moss would taste like, if that makes sense. It's not pleasant, the aftertaste part of it. If it stayed with that Crystal Light tea flavor thing, like all the way through, then it would probably be okay. But that aftertaste,
Very
of,
artificial.
peat moss and lemon mixed together, it is just kind of gross. So we are giving this a full test. Okay, so I am going to drink this, as much of it as I can stand.
Yay!
And
Accomplishments.
get on with my day, because I'm gonna have to wrangle Romeo.
I would say
into
no.
a carrier to take him to urgent care, so that we can get the situation with his face.
Was it fresh?
Bless his heart, I know it.
You used the wrong ice. That's
He's
why.
still his sweet usual self. His appetite is still good, you know. So obviously, that first. If he got into a fight, the lion, after Pat, energy could have been from the espresso that you usually drink. So pretty lemon water here, and
Yeah, I was saying I didn't drink the espresso that I normally drink because I am a big proponent of Cuban espresso. I love it. It's like rocket fuel. If you've never had it, I highly recommend it. So I said I completely have forgone that in place of this because I don't want to do that and have it skew the possible results and be like, well, you did have your espresso, so that could be where you're getting the energy from. I was like, we went full scientific. I didn't throw no wrenches in the works here.
I will touch base as things go.
Okay.
So we're at the vet's office.
Hey.
Good news. Apparently, Romeo has been fixed before in the past, so I don't know if he was like a, trap and release sort of thing, or if he belonged to somebody previously. I'm going to ask them to scan him to see if he's got a microchip, just so I can cover my bases, because if he has belonged to somebody, I would like to be able to let them know that he's okay, so they are saying that at the bare minimum, he will have to have some antibiotics, which I kind of already figured, but he's doing really well.
That's good. Yay.
Moms, why don't you all look at your face, you poor boy.
He's so big.
He is a big boy.
Short. What is that? It's okay. You're all right.
To tell you the wild part of it all, he's bigger than Jinx is. Okay.
I'm just a prep.
And Jinx is he bullies him all over the bloody house.
Oh, he's a gentle giant.
Yeah, Romeo is definitely a lover and not a fighter. And it's just like, okay. I told Jinx at one point, I said he's gonna get sick of your shit at some point. I said, and he's gonna whip your ass. I said, and there ain't gonna be nothing I'm gonna be able to do about it. You better leave him. I was like, you better leave him alone.
No, just one swipe. He's gonna take care of it and be done.
Sense of death.
Sit back and act like he didn't do nothing.
And every single person that came into the room with him and interacted with him said, "Oh, he is so sweet. Romeo is the perfect name. Gonna get by." And they were happy to work with him. That's him. He's telling me about it. He does. He's not nearly regard. He's a very relaxed sort of fella. He just took the antibiotic shot on board.
So did you feel like you were full of energy right there? You feel like you was like
I'm fixing to get to that.
Yeah, everything is working out.
I'm glad you survived this as well.
Situation, the Unimante or whatever the hell. First off, I finished it. Didn't take me long at all. I mean, it was only 8 ounces. It was okay. Like I said, it has like this crystal light tea sort of flavoring to it, but it does have a weird little aftertaste to it. As to the supposed energy deal, I'm not seeing any difference. The only thing that I'm noticing is like a little slight headache, but that's
hunger.
So I think it's pretty safe to say that we can call that I'm gonna get him home, get him situated. I've got to go to Home Depot to pick up some storage for all of the Christmas decorations.
All right.
So I can take down
Is that cat in a? You got him in a crate?
Yeah, he was in a carrier.
Please, whatever you do, don't let Cobra find that. He will come and release your cat.
I would fuck him up.
He needs that though. He needs
All right, here's your next one.
And I'm going to use the Unimate Balance, the orange flavor. I'm getting ready for the live.
Now hold on. What was the first one called?
The first one was Unimate.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that Foodie loves so much because of the energy. The balance one is the one that you're supposed to drink before you eat, and then you wait 15 minutes before you eat. It's basically fancy flavored Metamucil. It's basically all it is.
I don't think that you can fancily flavor Metamucil.
Trust me, you can't. We're going to get to that.
But I'm going to go ahead and get it mixed up and get it. So let's do this.
Hope you guys, I actually was drinking this shit on a live, Hannibal. I don't think you were in there for that, or if you did, you ducked in and ducked out, but here is pieces of that live. Get a little bit of enjoyment out of this, because I don't know if you see what I've got here.
Oh my. Raw reaction. It's like you got piss water. Did you get that from Salah? Don't drink that.
You don't want none of that. Trust me, you don't want none of that. Let me go call it. This is the ever illustrious unicity powder that Foodie Beauty claims tastes like a creamsicle. I'll be damned if this tastes anything like a creamsicle. It's not terrible, but it's not great. Okay. I have definitely had worse things in my life. But I'll tell you what it is that's really getting me is the consistency of it.
It looks like Tang.
You know,
It does, but it doesn't
really
taste
thick.
like it.
Ugh.
Does it taste like Sunny D? Because Sunny D
What?
is extra thick.
No, it doesn't. It is absolutely okay.
I want you to know that your facial expression after that first drink, when I thought you was gonna spit it back in there, and you just looked at it like, "What the fuck am I doing?" That you had second thoughts about life then, didn't you?
I actually said it. I was like, it was in this moment I knew I messed up. And it actually was a little gritty, but the only reason it wasn't like really, really bad fluffy is because I took that hand mixer to it and mixed the holy living hell out of it, trying to make sure that
On average, how long did you have to mix it?
I mixed it for maybe about a minute, just enough that I knew for sure that there were no clumps left in it, because I was just like, oh my gosh.
Now, let me ask another question about your drinking methods. Why didn't you go to the old childhood, hold your nose and just throw it back method?
Dude, first off, I wasn't. It wasn't really, and I get into this the further along we go. It's not the flavor of it; it's the consistency of it that fucked me up.
Oh.
Amazingly enough, no. But you guys will see that I don't play. I wasn't playing about mixing this stuff between the Unimate, the Unimate part that she claims gave her so much energy and all that stuff. And then this right here, I have a hand mixer that I use on my flavored water that is extremely high powered. I use that to mix these so that there is no unmixed clumps, because that's always a risk. Oh. But so I think that's the only reason it's not grainy. So I'm so glad I can provide you some entertainment. It actually, from what I gather, that's basically what it is,
Okay, I can find it. I'll just put this in my blog post. I should be able to do all that. Even sell it, please.
Jesus. Ooh. All right, y'all. I'm tapping out on this. Y'all saw how much I had in here. It was right there when we started. I can't do any more of it. Ugh.
So here's another question. I know you mixed it up as well as possibly could be mixed. Did it seem to get thicker at the bottom?
Yeah. And that, which is really wild. And I'll tell you why, because it had ice. I put ice in it.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, obviously having it cold is obviously going to make it a little bit more tolerable to drink. And it was just, even with the water, you would think it would have diluted it down a little bit. No,
it did not.
It did not.
No. It looked very thick at the bottom.
It was cold, but it was still thick. And see,
I couldn't do that. I'm gonna tell you here. Brief story time. As a kid, learning how to make Kool-Aid, which, of course, one of my favorite drinks growing up. Learning how to make it was the experimental portion of it, because the package says one thing, but that don't taste like Kool-Aid.
Right. Not even close.
So you pour until you find that Kool-Aid. And sometimes you make syrup.
Yeah.
And that syrup that you make leads to a very snotty like consistency that you can then spit out your mouth and suck it back in. I was a child. I was 6. Okay. I was 6 learning how to make Kool-Aid. I call it a yo-yo. Could you could you make yo-yos out of that?
Probably, but realistically, you wouldn't want to put any more of it back in your mouth once you spit it out. Because, I mean, honestly, I mean, whenever I say like it wasn't the flavor, it was the consistency of it with that orange one. It tasted like flat oranges is what it tasted like. And it had like a consistency almost like a honey kind of consistency to it.
Oh no. God.
And that's why every single time you see me take some of it, I'm doing this because it's so heavy and so thick that even I was actually at one point, I did my head back like that to try to help me kind of get it down. Cause I was like, when I said that I was tapping out, I actually said on there at that point, I had just put a mouthful of it in my mouth and my gag reflex almost just about kicked in. And I was like, no, I'm done.
Nope. Done.
I was like, because if I do any more of this, I'm going to be puking. I'm going to end up puking on stream or something. I'm like, and that's the last thing that I want anybody to have on camera. So
the last thing I want to do, period, is to have this.
Right. I don't want to puke. I definitely, first off, it wasn't great going down. So I can imagine it's probably even worse coming back up.
Oh, well, I'm glad you tapped out when you did, because that did not look pleasant. Now, my other question is, when you are doing these, like you said, that one was the orange one for the balance, and you're supposed to take that 15 minutes before you eat. Are these supposed to be taken in a specific order every day? Like you're supposed to do the unicity, the first one, and then the balance?
Based on what I read, the unicity, their recommendation is to do it first thing in the morning, because what the whole point behind that is it's supposed to give you energy. It's supposed to help boost your metabolism and all that bullshit. Now, the balance ones, which are basically just flavored Metamucil, you mix them, drink them, 15 minutes later you eat, because obviously if there's a lot of fiber in it, it's supposed to make you fuller, so you eat less and so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. And you do that, there's supposed to be like 2 of those a day. So, I mean, I only ended up doing, because I didn't, first off, I wasn't about to pay for a whole month of that shit. A month's worth of the supply for that is like $100 plus. Mm-hmm. And I was
$199.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And I found a girl purely by accident in my hometown that apparently sells it. And I got up with her and I was like, hey, look, I don't want to buy a whole month of it, but I want to be able to try all of it, all the different flavors and everything. And she said, oh, well, I have a sampler where you get both of the Unimate flavors, and then you get all of the balanced flavors. I said, okay, well, how many are in that? And she said, well, you get 2 Unimate flavors, which is the lemon and then the lemon ginger. And then she said, and then the balance, right. She says you get 4 different flavors of that. So basically it was the equivalent of 2 days worth of product. And gotcha. What I ended up doing was I did 1 Unimate, I did 1 balance, I did a Unimate and a balance. And then it dawned on me, because I was on my way to Jacksonville. I'm like, I completely forgot to do those other 2, but I had them with me. So I was like,
that brings me up to the question of, this is for people that are on a strict eating schedule, because there's no way that I'm going to be able to say, I think in 15 minutes, I'm going to be hungry. Let me drink this now.
Yeah. Or you're doing it like you're recognizing, hey, I'm hungry. Let me go ahead and drink this, and then I'll be able to eat. But
that's not how I work. That's not how I work.
I'm going to tell you, like, the God's honest truth. And I did like a little section there at the end of that first night where I was like, okay, I'm like, I drank this balance shit and it didn't do anything. Thus far. And I'm like, I guess I'll see tomorrow. And, nothing ever ended up happening with any of it, and I mean, if it's nothing but fiber, you would think that it would cue your body to be like, okay, well, we need to go to the bathroom at some point. Nope.
Nothing.
Literally nothing changed for me. I mean, my body is fairly regimented, I've got myself into a pattern, right. And it didn't deviate in the slightest. But Here's your next one. All right, you ready for your lemon ginger?
Okay, I'm ready. Can't wait for this.
All right, so here we are again. The lemon ginger.
Mm.
I mixed it, and I have allowed it to swirl about a bit. Let's give this a try.
Okay, so it's not that bad.
Well, it doesn't taste drastically different than the one that I tried yesterday. It still has that crystal light peat flavor to it, but it has a secondary sort of flavor to it, an addition to it because of the ginger. Now, for the
does it have the ginger sting?
It's more ginger. It's basically just the ginger.
Yeah.
And the rest of it is pretty much gone. Like that lemon and peat moss thing that I was getting from yesterday's is absent because of the presence of the ginger in this tea. So I'm going to give it a go as per usual. And we're just going to see what happens, if anything.
You found a way to mask the old peat moss.
Yeah.
With delicious, she is drastically overselling, but such is the nature of scamming. Heyo. So I'm
The nature of scamming.
to take a potty break. I decided, well, didn't decide. I realized that I still have not recorded or tried.
And this right here is where it goes off the rails, my dude.
Uh-oh. This is where you were driving and you decided you were going to drive somewhere else?
I have got me.
I was on my way to Jacksonville and I stopped outside of my hometown because I got in the truck. I got me like a Diet Coke and I had drank a Diet Coke and I had drank a coffee not long after that because I knew the damn Unimate wasn't going to do anything. So I was like, I got to have my coffee today. Fuck that noise. And I stopped to urinate, as it were. And it dawned on me, and I was like, "Wait, let me get some water while I'm here." And here we are.
Oh, I'm here for it.
To mix these bad boys up, do the damn thing, and taste test these puppies. Obviously, I'm not drinking all of this shit. I mean, if they're anything like the one that I had last night, they're gonna be kind of gross. But ideally, all I'm doing is testing them for the flavor mostly because, this one is called Apple Crush, whatever that is.
Apple Crush.
Probably going to taste like rancid apple juice or something like that because, and I've gotten defective product because the stupid tear here thing ain't working. So, yeah.
Hell is breaking loose right now.
Knives and box cutters in my vehicle so that I can open mail. So, okay.
I cut it out, but I said, and so I can cut a motherfucker if they bother me.
Yeah, well, that was my thoughts when you gave me that warning shot. If you got knives and box cutters off in there, don't approach that vehicle.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm country people. I'm used to having that in there because you got to have stuff to get into things with. But
don't worry, I'm country people too, so I don't approach that.
I can keep the packet. It is not absorbing at all. So
this is the point where you knew you fucked up when you said it's not absorbing. And
let me tell you what the problem was. I got a bottle of water out of the cooler, so the water was cold. Where the water at the house was
room temperature.
It mixed better. Cold, it turned its dude.
I'm gonna take a straw.
Oh, this is all bad then.
On this mess.
Not a straw.
And it's so creepy. I really, really wish I had used some common sense and done this stuff at the house.
I agree with Nutty. You missed your signs.
The fact that I'm putting this in cold water. I mean, ice cold, right out of the right out of the cooler. So I think that's got something to do with it. Manage, and I'm going to let it sit. Picking up consistency. Yeah. And actually, so I didn't use half the bottle. Get that right there. Well, you guys should see the color.
No.
Here it is. Here it is. Look at the color of that. It's got this weird color to it.
Mm-mm.
So
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna let it sit. I'll get back on here and try it in a little bit, but I'll be on the move when I do.
Mm-mm.
This is the Apple Rush, whatever the fuck. Fancy flavor Metamucil. I'm gonna give a taste test on this. I'm going. The consistency of this is thicker than molasses, and
Oh.
I
Oh
figured
no.
out the other night that it doesn't do a damn thing. So yeah.
I'm glad Camp said it. Because I was thinking, like, you remember you used to laugh in school and the milk come out your nose? That's what it looked like to me. Recycled milk. Oh, you can't hide there's nothing you can hide on your face, ma'am. There's nothing you can hide.
I know.
It's not terrible, but it's not good. For those of y'all that work in the medical field, when you have people who have swallowing difficulties, and we have liquid thick liquids, this is the consistency of honey thickened liquids.
Oh.
This is not me drinking it. This is me slurping it. I'm sure you guys can probably hear it because it is so thick that you can't just drink it regularly. You have to kind of suck it in your mouth. So there's that.
Oh no.
As to the taste of it does taste of apple, but not what you would expect. It is very flat tasting.
You called it.
So I don't know exactly what they were aiming for with this, but with a name like Apple Crush, it really falls really, really short of the mark. It kind of, even unsweetened applesauce has more of an apple flavor to it. Lord have mercy. So that's where I'm at. I'm going to do the other one. I'm going to do the other one in a little bit. I gotta have something to drink to get rid of this shit.
Yep.
Heck of it.
Phone said I quit.
I'm gonna have to drink something else to get rid of this taste. I'm gonna do one more again. Do one more again and make sure that I just ain't playing myself here. One more time. Yeah. And it has an aftertaste too. Which I can't put my finger on.
It means you got to taste some more. If you can't put your finger on it, you got to taste some more.
Put this down.
Oh.
And actually have something normal to drink. And what this aftertaste might be, what I can equate it to.
Kind of, Kelly. It has that same consistency.
It's not good.
New fashion on Temu. Only 2.
Shut up.
I don't know how I missed this shit. This is hilarious to me. I'm dying.
Okay, so you are welcome to use it if you want to. I don't care. All right. This is the last one.
So I've had a thought on that Apple Crush aftertaste stuff. The only thing that I can think to equate it to would be like a flat vanilla, sort of. There's something else. I mean, that's the only thing that I can think of, really. So I'm fixing to set up the lemon lime, or fresh lime, fresh lime balance, and see what we get from this.
And this was the one with 15 minutes before the meal, right?
Yeah, that one and the apple crush one were the same. They were both the balanced ones that there's just drink it, 15 minutes, you eat. The Unimate, I only had 2 of the Unimate. I did that one before I ever even left the house, and ended up, I was like, when I stopped to get a Diet Coke, I was like, fuck this. I already know that the Unimate's not going to do anything. It didn't yesterday. I'm getting coffee. So yeah, and I didn't see any change whatsoever in the slightest of using them all, so
and
there you go.
Even with the inclusion of coffee, because coffee is, it helps too.
Well, coffee really just put me at baseline. I mean, the Unimate didn't really do anything by itself, Well,
that sucks.
Yeah, it's basically the worst kind of filler. It's the worst kind of false advertising. It's basically just another way to get you to drink more water.
Because I will not be subjecting myself to this again. I mean, this is disgusting. I mean, the stuff is not good. I mean, Foodie's palate is shot. We know this, so obviously the girl thinks, oh, it's so good. It's so good. I mean, the girl thinks that canned alpaghetti is good. She thinks that, pretty much anything battered and fried is good, no matter whether or not it actually is or not. So, yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that Old Girl is definitely not a solid gauge of what's good and what's not. Because, I mean, if you have an actual normal palate, this stuff is definitely not going to be for you. And this, so I have put this in this bottle, and I'm going to try to shake it up to get it good and combined.
See, this got me thinking.
But not
do what?
This has me thinking and wondering, how did Foodie get involved with this? Was this something, because I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure she bought more than she wanted to and just tried to.
If you'll remember, somebody found the link for it that Foodie keeps giving everybody, and it was Sala's link, and the account had already been set up.
So was this part of Sala's own business that he owns? Was this part of the perfume shop?
I think it's one of multiple get quicks that Salad has tried at some point.
I got a cousin like this.
And then when he realized how big of an audience that she had, that seminar that Inferno's talking about came up again, and he took her to it. And not only did they sell her on it, but they sold her into trying to peddle it too.
Maybe they didn't sell her on it at all. Maybe he just used her money to get it.
Maybe. I think so, Kat. I think so.
What's the odds of that seminar being all in English so Foodie can understand every single word that was being said about unicity that was being sold, when her most handsomest husband is right there saying, yes, baby, this is a good deal?
Well, I think we already know it doesn't take much for her to be sold on anything. She said that some woman told her she cured her asthma drinking this shit, and that somebody else cured their diabetes drinking this shit. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? First of all, there is no cure for diabetes, ma'am. If there was, somebody would be a billionaire right now if that were the case.
She cured her diabetes 3 years ago. It just came back.
Right. Well, I'm going to tell you the truth, Aunt. Whenever I talked to her, I was like, look, I'm not interested in buying it. I don't want to sign up. I was like, but I am curious enough to give it a try. I said, if it is something that interests me, then I will come back to you about it. I said, but if I don't, I said, you can take that as your answer. And she was just, this girl has known me since high school. So whenever I told her that, she was like, okay, because she knows me well enough to know that if you aggravate me, I will probably end up cussing you the fuck out. And she didn't want to have to deal with me. So she sent me what I asked for, and I didn't get back with her, and she hasn't really bothered me since, other than, like she'll like stuff on Facebook. She's like, give me the thumbs up to stuff on Facebook. And that's all I've heard from her. So I think she kind of knows that, bothering people is not going to really get you the result that you're after.
I think also this is something that people go seeking. People are looking for this when they are trying to try this stuff out. This is nothing like
it ain't something you can really market. Oh, I can be at times, Abby. You get me, if you aggravate me enough and you make me a little irritated, you get me irritated. Oh yeah, I got a slick mouth and I will pop off, no doubt about it. And the people that have grown up around me, they've seen it a few times, so they know. And it's just kind of like, all right, I'm just going to leave her alone.
So in this bottle, was this cold water too?
Yeah, same bottle in the cup. I split that bottle of water up and put half of the bottle into the cup and left the other half in the bottle so that I wouldn't end up.
How many ounces of water do you need for this?
That was a 16-ounce bottle of water, and I split it up at the minimum with the Unimate, all the Unimate products. It says 8 to 10 ounces. So each one was mixed with 8 ounces of water. Yeah, and this one is something else.
Cold like it was on the other mixture. So hopefully it will.
One more question.
A little bit better.
Was this immediately after? How long of a break did you take between those two?
Almost immediately after.
Oh my God. Okay. Torture yourself for me. Thank you.
I'm so glad you have such a shining and polished opinion of me, Abby. I know the accent fools everybody.
Right, now I'm going to let it sit for about 10 or 15, like the instructions say, which means I already know it's going to be thick as pudding, probably. And I'll be back. Actually, I'll tell you what. I'm not going to wait the 10 or 15. This is mostly about the taste. We already know that it is fucking disgusting in relation to consistency. We're just going to go with it. Okay, so right off the bat, fresh lime.
I was thinking about trying out of the box myself.
Bloody hell.
Your phone is like, we quit.
If you've ever seen text behind somebody,
the commercials are like, we are on. Yes.
Let's try this again. So what I am getting is more old lime. Like if you let the limes on your counter dry out and then you cut into them, that would be the smell that you're getting on this.
That's not pleasant.
Almost kind of thinking that this probably tastes as bad as it smells. So wish me luck.
Hey, girlie.
Oh. It's sad because this, even with this, the taste of this being like old limes, the smell is 100% better than the taste.
Oh my. You can't get it together. You cannot fix your face to get it together.
Aftertaste, but not a good kind. I'm stuck on words because it does not taste like lime. Like I said, it doesn't taste at all how it smells, which is bizarre. It's very bizarre. And I maybe let this sit maybe just a couple of minutes. And
you didn't let it sit at all. Quit that.
Really ridiculously thick.
Oh,
I mean,
can't you shake it up more?
I don't think that would have helped.
God, I can't believe I'm do this to myself.
Such a trooper. That's trooper talk right there. Are you chewing it? No, ma'am. No,
I had to, bro. It felt like there was something in it. I was like, what in the hell?
Negative. No.
At this point, I'm questioning my life choices, if you can't tell.
Don't worry, you got me questioning my life choices as well.
I don't know. I don't know what this tastes like. I can't actually put a taste to it, but it does not taste like lime at all. The smell of it.
Oh.
The smell of it, yes, it does have, like I said, that old, dried out, past its prime lime. It is an old lime smell. So the smell, yes. The taste, no. Not even close. Not even a hint.
The only old lime smells that I have or recall would be the old limes that's left out after a night of partying with tequila, and
that's what I'm talking about.
That's horrible.
On exactly what this taste is, but this one is by far the worst out of the bunch. Look, Jesus Christ!
Oh my God! I'm so glad you saved this one to last.
I gotta get some tea in me, y'all. I just can't. I gotta wash this taste away because this is disgusting. Oh my God.
And it's a lingering aftertaste, I can tell.
Yes.
Ah. Okay. Better. So obviously, like I said, I am not drinking all that crap because number one, it didn't do anything to me when I drank it yesterday, so pretty safe to say it's not going to do anything today. So I mean, that obviously goes back to that whole comment about the products being subpar and not really worth a damn, and thus the reason that it's being shelled out in a pyramid scheme. So there's that. But
now I have some real questions.
I did all of the unicity today. I drank the entire thing because, supposedly gave Foodie all this energy. But what I don't think that she factored in on all this is the fact that, now that her blood sugars are closer to resembling something in, normal. I mean, obviously not normal, but closer to than she was. Obviously, her energy level is going to improve. Her body's capability of processing the massive amounts of carbohydrates and sugar that she's eating is part of why her energy is better. Her body can actually take that sugar and actually use it for energy versus it just floating around in her bloodstream. It goes to show that the woman who claims that she loves to learn and that, she does all her research on stuff. Okay, first off, the woman is a fool. If she genuinely wanted to know anything about diabetes, there are hundreds upon hundreds of videos on YouTube that she could watch that explains why it is that your body responds the way that it does and what will happen if you leave it unchecked and all that stuff. The unicity, which we already knew, is doing absolutely fuck all for her other than acting as a placebo. It is making her feel like she's doing something when we know that she's not doing anything. She is finding, like in all things, old girl loves to rationalize doing anything but what she actually needs to do.
Right.
So, here we are.
She wants that miracle diet.
Formal opinion, and I speak only for me, obviously, but I figured I would give you guys like a second opinion on this whole flavored Metamucil deal because, just something fun to do. I will have this up in a little while.
I'm just getting to the outside of Jacksonville, so signing off of that deal, sort of deal.
Questions. Here we go. First question. Because of the flavor and the taste. And we saw Foodie drinking it almost religiously for those 2 or 3 days that she was trying to peddle it off on everybody. Do you think that she was mixing it or cutting it with something else? Because she wasn't having those adverse reactions.
First off, the only thing that we've seen her drink is the Unimate.
True.
We have not seen her drink any of the balance at all.
Not before. Well, she had something before one of those meals.
She was drinking the Unimate, and she actually says it each time. I'm having the I'm going to set up the Unimate, and and she's pouring it into the cup there. And yeah, see, she only did the balance one time, and even then, she didn't actually. I don't remember her actually drinking it on screen. She made the comment, "I drank my balance already, and now I'm going to eat. It's been 15 minutes." We have not actually seen her turn any one of those up yet.
Interesting. Okay.
I can almost guarantee you if she is drinking any of them, it's the Unimate ones. The probably, I would say probably the lemon and peak moss one.
Without the ginger?
Yeah, because she's never mentioned the ginger. She keeps talking about, it tastes like tea. It tastes like iced tea. And I was like, yeah, I can tell old girl ain't never had iced tea before, but okay.
Never. She's never been down south.
Right. It's like, first off, ma'am, that's sacrilege. You need to check yourself. You ain't never had iced tea, girl. Hush now. You don't know nothing about that. But she consistently says that. It tastes like iced tea. It tastes like tea. It's not sweet, but it tastes like tea. And that's directly where my mind goes, is to the lemon one, because if she were drinking the lemon ginger, she would be talking about the ginger, because the ginger is very strong in that one.
Very overpowering.
Yes,
I guess that
overpowered lemon.
I guess it kind of leads into my next question, because if she was drinking both of them, but she's only drinking one, then my next question would have been, do you think that had any influence on those pounds that she did lose?
Because
so maybe that was water weight.
I think more than anything, it was probably some water weight, and she probably did lose a little bit of actual pounds, but I don't think the unicity at all had anything to do with it. And I actually said too, like at the very end there, where I was like, first off, she's claiming she's got all this energy and everything, but she's not taking into consideration the fact that she's had all this glucose floating around in her bloodstream that her body is not utilizing, which is attaching itself to her ass and weight, or it's being filtered out through her kidneys. And now that she's actually taking a medication, her body actually has the capability of taking that glucose from her bloodstream and actually using it to create fuel for energy. So
do you think she would need to be taking the medication on a regular in order for that to get through? And then she would also need to add in the exercise regimens that she's been trying to play like she's doing.
Absolutely.
I personally don't think she's taking the medicine on a regular. I think she's taking it when her blood sugar spikes. I think she's taking it as an emergency instead of as a... Probably.
And she actually said in one of these streams, she's like, if I wasn't taking this medication religiously, my blood sugars would be in an emergency. It's like, first off, your blood sugars are still not normal in the 180s to 200s. Those still dictate an immediate response. Would you not, please? And I mean, she made that comment about her blood sugars possibly being an emergency based on like all the binging she was doing. Excuse you, would you not?
But all the binging that she's doing, that's every day.
Dude, I actually figured it up last night. How many calories she had to eat a day for her to have gained all like 12 or 13 pounds back over the course of a week.
What'd you get?
Oh shit, that was a lot. Hang on.
What'd you get? I think Sons of Cook. Yeah, Sons of Cooks did one. I think hers was around 9,500 a day. A day. I think that's an insane. I think that's an insane body stretch. It's insane.
Okay. I actually, thank God I wrote it down because I was writing it down as we were doing, because what I got with her her body weight of 352, that was before she threw all this weight back on. Mm-hmm. She ended up with a basal metabolic rate of 2249, okay, per day to stay at 352.
352, okay.
Yeah. So here we are. That's her base rate. And what I ended up with is you have 3,500 calories a day. Oh, no, wait. 3,500 calories to equal a pound times 12. Okay. 42,000 calories. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got the 2249 times 7 plus the 4,200, the 42,000, I mean. Wait a minute. Why is that not feeling right to me for some reason? Nope. Wait.
Because you missed the plus.
Wait.
Hey, QZ.
I actually ended up with
Cat, Inferno, Abby. I see you guys. Welcome.
249 times 7 plus.
Take time to say hello to everybody out there in Salty Land.
Okay, wait a minute.
Got Blondie. Yeah.
Damn it.
Going back to Cat. I spoke to Cat already.
249 times
no
7.
Angle. Love it.
I don't know why I keep doing that. I keep trying to divide it. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with me?
Because you go the other way and Foodie goes up.
Oh, well, yeah.
Can't say.
15,743. 3,500 times 12. 42,000. Okay. It helps me if I write it down, apparently. 42,000.
Crab apple. That's good.
Plus 15,743. All right. Which is right where I got last night. Okay. Now, this is the total number for the week that she's ate.
For the week.
For the week.
Okay.
Now, you divide it by 7 days. She's going through 8,200 calories plus a day.
Minimum. To gain 13 pounds in 1 week.
Yes. And I did the same thing with ALR too, because ALR gained like something like 5 or 6 pounds over like 5 days. And I sat down and broke it down like the Cheetos thing. Like the Cheetos was like 1,700 calories a bag.
Well, that's a number I can't even say. It's got a decimal in it.
Almost 5. She ate almost 5 bags of those 17-ounce Cheetos that we was talking about.
5 bags?
5 bags in a day would put her at about 8,200 calories.
That's.
I mean,
can't
come on,
fathom eating that much.
We know that old girl can do it. I mean, she is a carb monster.
I can't imagine sitting back eating that much in one sitting.
I mean, but that's not really talking about like, that's just me giving an example. Cause like when we were doing ALR, I was like, you know how much she loves her buzz balls. Let's just break it down in buzz balls to start with. And, I figured it up, and I think for her, for ALR to gain a pound a day, she would have to have like 120 buzz balls in a day.
Good Lord.
Because each buzz ball is 250 calories, you know? But before we did the Cheetos thing, I was like, Foodie loves her fucking cheese, so let's do the calories in a pound of cheese. She would have had to eat like 8 pounds of cheese a day.
that's not a problem because she buys like 12 pounds of cheese every time she goes to the store. She goes every other day. So that means
Yeah.
she is consuming about 8 to 10 pounds of cheese per day.
Yeah.
So,
Hi,
good
boo.
Lord, these,
Mr.
and
Flute.
yet I still think it's amazing to me that as much as they sit here and go through all of this, that they refuse to seek any real help. They refuse. I'm giving Foodie to the end of this year.
Oh, I was going to say, like we were talking about when we were talking about her falling down. I wasn't joking. And a small injury, something as small as a sprained ankle, would be enough to take her out because she would not be able to be mobile for 7 to 10 days at the minimum.
She's not mobile now.
Well, you know what I mean. She would be completely immobile. This would be her being on the bed or her being on the couch and her being done for.
Well, here's the thing. Whatever's going to happen to her, if it happens out with Salah, then of course we'll get to see it because he's going to film it. But I'm going to say majority of stuff is going to happen to her inside that house. She might fall over something.
Trip over Julia.
Trip over. I would say trip over Harry, but I don't think he's still.
There you go. Capone's got the right idea.
Yep. Dangling ankle. Her fupa in the oven somewhere. And I don't think, regardless of what she's trying to tell me, I still don't believe that Salah lives there. I think he comes by.
I really don't either.
I think he comes by. I don't think he lives there. Maybe in the same complex, maybe in the same building, definitely in the same city. But I don't think he lives in that house with her. There's no way. And so she's basically traded in everything that she needed to do for herself to get herself back in order, her health, reunite with family, take care of her business in Canada, clean up her credit, all that stuff. She traded all this in so that she can follow behind her fake ass husband. That nobody, but I guess sometimes it's all about that faith. Sometimes you need to have faith that when nobody else around you can see the light, you hold your faith, and that's what Foodie's doing. But I'm a naysayer. I don't believe there's happiness involved. I believe this is her trying to control the narrative and trying to get everybody online to believe she has an attention-seeking.
Oh, yeah. There's no question about that.
And so this is just her seeking attention. And the more that she ignores her health and allows things to go down with her health, that's also a part of that attention-seeking behaviors, if you ask me. She knows what she's doing. She knows she needs help. She knows she feels bad.
She knows she feels bad, but she still has this sort of lingering thought in her mind that, oh, well, I can do this. I can take care of this. Especially now that she dropped a couple of pounds, she's like, I can do this. I can do this. But she doesn't seem to realize that she is both the hero and the villain in this story all at one time. And that so long as she allows herself to be, she'll continue to be the villain and she'll end up killing herself.
That's the part that she doesn't get. How about these? I think one thing that I think about that I know for a fact she's not thinking about is the spike in blood sugar. That can go critical, especially if she's getting up to 400, almost 500 before she's feeling any kind of emergency.
Mm-hmm.
And if that goes bad, say she's already one day cruising at around 300, she eats a big meal and spikes up to 500 and starts feeling bad. Well, that's going to keep going up until she gets somewhere and gets that insulin.
Mm-hmm. And realistically, if you'll think about it, I mean, unless she has some sort of symptom that prompts her to actually check her blood sugar, kind of like she did that one night where she told Salah, oh, my blood sugar's really high. The only reason she did that is because there was something that made her worried. I can almost guarantee you that in between that, she's probably checking that blood sugar one time a day. And in between if her blood sugar spikes, she's probably not checking it unless she has some symptoms that causes her to, which with the Janumet on board, I imagine that the symptoms are probably not nearly as obvious because it is doing work.
I would have to agree with Capone out there. But the problem is also with her living alone. If any of this goes down because she's eating in the way and Salah's not there, is she going to be able to call emergency services? Is she going to be able to get service in Kuwait without Salah?
Well, add to it too, let's say that it isn't something to do with her blood sugar. Based on what we know about her and all the damage that she's done to her heart, the fact that her blood pressure is sky high, the fact that she inhales sodium like she's never going to see it again. There may be a distinct possibility that she has a massive coronary and she's laying there fucking dead when he comes back from wherever he's at.
Didn't even think about that because they do say
Or
that
stroke.
It's the first thing. Or a stroke, yeah. It could be. Well, I mean, hell, let's be honest. I saw a picture of her leg about 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, it was already purple.
It was already purple. There's no way that has gotten any better with her doing.
No. It's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. That is just an unfortunate side effect of diabetes. Is it fucks up your blood flow, it fucks up your nerve endings, it's all of it. It is incredibly destructive. And that's why you have to get ahead of it as early as you can.
Inferno got me right there. I gotta stop reading.
that would be him.
What about I see that though? What about I see him? Honey, I'm home. He opens up the door. Oh, she's laying on the floor. Hold on. Let me get my camera out.
If he's lucky, she won't be in rigor mortis, so they'll actually be able to move her without having a damn time trying to get her from floor to stretcher.
Should be fine.
Because rigor makes them
stiff. Yeah. That's not the right thing to laugh at, Hannibal. The other thing about her legs, though, because if I'm looking at only Use Me Blade, and he had those massive holes all through his legs and his feet, can't we see that her legs are affected by the way she's walking, even in these little videos? And I want to add that even though I applaud her for trying to get some physical activity in, for trying to move.
I mean, this is gonna sound bad. She walks the way the Tin Man did in the Wizard of Oz. I swear, you laugh. I'm not playing. I mean, it's like she has no kneecaps.
But that's because she's in pain. Her kneecaps can't handle all that weight.
Well,
and they probably can't bend because her fupa's laying on top of it.
That's why when she said I could walk 6,000 steps in an hour and a half, I was like, no, ma'am, not at the pace you walk. We've seen you.
It took her an hour and a half to walk those 3,000 steps that she barely made.
Yeah. It's just like, ma'am. She's like, it takes an average person an hour to walk that far. I was like,
no, not really. But I mean, if that's what's making her feel better, that she's only 30 minutes off from the average person, let her keep that mindset.
She wants so. There you go.
Tin Man before oil.
It's just like, come on now. I mean,
she's struggling. She's struggling really bad.
She is, and the fact that she's in denial is not doing her any favors. It's not.
No.
This she seems to think in her little flowery imagination that all is going to be fine and she's going to be a skinny legend and all that shit. No, ma'am, you're going to end up in a fucking Kuwaiti nursing home with somebody flipping your ass over to wipe your butt for you who are going to have to feed you because you are not even going to be able to pick your hand up to put food in your own mouth.
Look at how. That's
and
why
then-
Abby calls you a Southern. That's why a
What?
Southern Belle. Because look, you even have a more positive outlook than I would ever have in this situation. Because I'm just in the belief that Salah is gonna walk up one day and it's gonna be like the crime scene from Seven. He's just gonna walk in.
You're gonna be able-
Yep, in a plate of spaghetti, face down. So that's. So you see how your opinion is all nice and sweet. Somebody's gonna be trying to roll her big ass over, and then they would have to have her on like a big
no.
ass hot dog burner, right?
Actually, I'm going to tell you, as somebody who's worked with people as long as I have, that's the worst of the two routes.
Oh, because
That's
you got to
the
sit
worst.
there and have somebody take care of you.
That's the worst of the two routes because you can't get up, you can't go nowhere. You rely on somebody else for every fucking thing. That's why you cut me off where I got to it about her having to have somebody else feed her because she's not going to be able to pick that hand up to put food in her own mouth. I said, and then she's going to be miserable because she won't be able to control what she eats and when or how much. And then she will end up being a skinny legend because she'll end up losing weight because she's not eating 8,200 calories a day. And in the process of it all, she'll end up with big old massive bed sores on her ass that you could stick your whole hand in. It is a slow, miserable death where you literally rot while you're alive. Just saying. Yeah, Blondie will tell you, she said that's the PG version. That is absolutely the PG version.
You had me with sticking your hands in my bed sore holes.
Yeah.
I'm done. No, thank you. No, thank you.
If you didn't have a weak stomach, I would tell you to Google tunneling bed sore.
Okay, here we go. Googling it. Tunneling bed sore. I'm not going to do it on this browser.
I would do it, but I'm worried we would get flagged.
Oh, we're definitely going to get flagged. Don't do it. Don't do it. This is Lord. Tunneling bed sore. Oh, there's a tunneling wound.
That
we'll try that. We'll look. Oh, why are they all blocked out? Never mind. They're all blocked out images. Okay, let's click on this one. West Coast wounds and red stamp. Oh. Okay. That's not cute.
Oh, I'll do you one better. Do stage 4.
Stage 4 what?
Stage 4. Sore. Stage 4. Hannibal stage 4 goes all the way down to the bone.
It looks like it stinks.
It does. It usually does. There is a very prominent, distinct smell to it. Even when they don't have like the drainage from infection, they still have a smell.
Wait, how do you get these? I don't want that.
Well, with bed sores, you can get them from just laying in one spot for too long. That's why, like when we have little old people in the nursing home, we're supposed to go and turn them every 2 hours. Like if they're on their right side at one point, we go in there, we turn them to their back for 2 hours, and then we turn them to their left side for 2 hours, and we turn them back on their back for 2 hours, and then back to this side for 2 hours. So
I hope nobody out there in the audience decided to follow my lead and do these Google searches with you.
With people like that, you can get bed sores pretty much everywhere. I've seen people who've had them on the backs of their ears before, on the back of their head. I've seen them on their booty. I've seen them on the backs of their heels, on the backs of their thighs. I mean, you can get them pretty much anywhere. If it makes constant contact like that and it's perpetual like that, it can actually eventually end up developing into a wound. It's really, really bad.
Yeah, Kelly, I agree with Kelly. I had a boss who had diabetic ulcers that she had to keep wrapped because you could smell them through the wraps. The wraps would fall off. Pretty rancid smells.
Well, and see, the fact is that at least your boss lady was making an attempt to actually try to heal them. And if they are taken care of, they can heal. You can heal those wounds, even if they are bad, like a stage 4 that goes all the way to the bone. I mean, of course, it's not ever the same again, but you can still heal them. But like I've seen people who, like in the ER, when I worked in the ER, there was one that we took the guy's sock off and 2 of his toes came off with it. There was one that he.
I just want to know, did you give him his toes back? Why did he might have been saving them damn toes in that sock.
No.
Did he know they fell off?
He did once we told him, because he couldn't feel it. I mean, that's the issue with diabetic neuropathy. You don't have any sensation in your feet anymore. And I had another guy that came into the ER because he had stepped on a thumbtack in his foot, and he wasn't doing foot care, and it rotted all the way through, and his foot literally split into 2 pieces like that.
So he had a hoof.
It kind of turned him into a cloven hoof. And see, Kelly called it, maggots and all. You have to deal with all kind of crazy shit, especially with people who are in denial or aren't paying attention. I've seen people with burns on their feet because they put their feet up to a space heater trying to warm their feet up, and then they end up burning the fuck out of themselves because they can't feel how hot it is.
That would not be me.
It's really bad. It's really bad. Diabetes is a very insipidous sort of disease because you end up with all sorts of secondary problems and things that can be life-threatening. And that's with Foodie. That's part of why I get so fucking infuriated with her, because it's like you are playing Russian roulette, man.
I mean, if she don't want to live, there's nothing else that we can do but watch this. But this is horrible. This is horrible.
It is. I agree.
This is horrible.
And for those of us like me and Kelly and
New Fear Unlocked,
some of the other ones, we've seen the end result of all of this. We know that there is no such thing as a comfortable death. I've said it. There are so many things wrong with her that I've seen it. It's not comfortable. It's not peaceful. It's not even dignified at the end. There is no such thing.
But she is begging for it.
Yes.
With the lack of care, the delusional thought process, the miracle fixes that she's trying to do, thinking that she's got the cure and knows everything when she's barely got an 8th grade education.
Yeah. And it's purely by choice on her part.
And so when you got somebody like that by choice, what do? Let them rot in peace.
Basically.
But she's going to have Salah there. Salah can turn her every 15 minutes.
I fucking doubt that shit. Like I said, she'll end up in a Kuwaiti nursing home where she don't understand a word nobody's saying.
They're not going to leave. They're not going to keep her in Kuwait.
I don't know. Probably temporarily.
Here's why I believe that she's still under her tourist visa. Not only the sly trips every 3 months. But because they haven't put her out of Kuwait, she doesn't have medical insurance.
Mm-mm.
And she can't necessarily say that they're going to be financially able to take care of her medical conditions. She's going to constantly be on medication. Insulin costs a lot of money.
Yep.
And she would be considered at any point a burden on their healthcare system.
Mm-hmm.
I think personally that she's over there hiding out, trying to see what they can do about where they're going to go next or where they could possibly move to be, where Salah can move to. But Salah's probably going to put her ass out by the end of this next 3 months, to be honest with you. I don't see him going any further with this farce.
I don't either. I mean, realistically, what it's going to come down to, even if it doesn't fall apart before anything happens to her, that's going to be when the rubber meets the road. As soon as she ends up in a predicament where she ends up having to stay in the hospital long term, or she ends up in a nursing home or whatever, then he's going to be done. And either she's going to end up deported, or she'll be stuck in a nursing home wondering where the fuck he's at, and he's off having a good time with whatever little bit of money she's got coming in.
I'm still, and because you have to look at it, I think he's done now. The removal of himself from her online presence, the removal of his, I don't know if he's still doing his gaming channel or not.
I don't think so.
Definitely not associated with her.
Somebody said that he took down all the garlic bread reactions too.
He probably did all of that. Due to the embarrassment that it possibly caused his family, and B, for a reset to start over.
Mm-hmm.
He reset. He's removed his image away from her currently, other than us reaction channels who keep shit next to his face and keep it moving. He's removed his image from her, which effectively, with a long enough amount of time, will disassociate himself from her.
Ooh, solid.
How hypocrisy you are.
I wasn't ready.
That's the point. I didn't want you to be ready.
Shit. Okay. Oh.
Have you seen the other one?
I have not.
You ready?
I am.
Brace yourself.
Teeny weeny, shriveled little short man.
I just saw that. I was, well, I hate that my eyes, you took me all the way back to 3rd grade when you used to show the hole. See the hole in the hand? And then you get punched. I saw myself. It's okay. It's okay. Poor Salah. Poor Salah.
But the bird one, though, I've been calling him. I was like, first off, the dude doesn't have any independent thought of his own. He basically just repeats everything that Foodie says. That's the hypocrisy thing.
Yeah. He's a parrot.
And I said, he's a parrot. He's a parrot.
How hypocrisy you are.
So, yeah.
He made him a parakeet.
I threw his face onto a damn parakeet.
Oh shit!
Yes.
Getting warm.
Let's see. That's a good question, because no, I haven't. Let's look and see what kind of questions Foodie has got on her little Q&A here.
Oh my goodness! Did she do the Q&A?
No, but she asked, what does anybody want to ask? Shut up. All right, let's see. I'm going to put this up on the screen. Share screen.
I got a video up to answer those questions tomorrow.
Okay. Why is one side of your face swollen along with your eye? Have you asked a doctor about this?
Uh-oh.
Have you looked into the symptoms of oppositional defiant disorder and borderline personality disorder? Do you believe you might be experiencing these disorders. It is possible. Is it possible that you're addicted to stress? Additionally, why are you not interested in learning to speak Arabic, especially considering your desire to live there for a while? Your husband's first language, and as a means to show appreciation to the culture. That one's actually thoughtful questions. I'll give
That
it
was
that.
actually a very good question. All of those were good questions.
If Salah moved out, would you pretend that you're still living together and continue to live in Kuwait alone whilst paying him to film your vlogs, or would you go back to Canada?
Oh, that's my question.
Keith says, yes, where's your husband? What do his friends think about the whole Poopgate scandal? It's obvious his family would be embarrassed. Does he have a real job? If so, what is it? Why does he film you in the most unflattering ways? Zoe came back with one more question. You mentioned that you didn't have hobbies. How many hours a day do you spend on your phone, including working or editing your videos for YouTube, watching YouTube videos, filming cameos, and browsing social media?
23.5.
Yep. Hammerhead says there are about 7,500 Canadians living in Kuwait. Why have you not reached out to any and made friends with them? That's a good question too.
Because they don't eat.
True. Ekam's journey. Have you or do you consider your life out of control when it comes to your ability to controlling your eating and controlling your health? If so, have you considered inpatient or an outpatient program? Somebody right there must be listening to us over here.
I'm not Davis lady.
Right. Are there any ideas for videos with Salah when he returns? I should have Salah read out a hostage apology note. I suggest you should have Salah read out a hostage apology note in an orange outfit in the desert next to you with a vegetable pointing at his head. That's the best one yet. That's the best one yet.
Oh, shit.
Hi, Foodie. Quick question. How did you manage to gain 13 pounds? The next
question.
It is Salah in hiding. Would you take on the challenge of giving up rice for veggies for an entire week?
She says Salah doesn't like veggies. She's acting like Salah eats with her.
Just saying. How long is Salah grounded from the internet? Wow. Like a child, I know. This one's a new one, a long one. I'm a new subscriber, and I was watching a lot of your older videos, and in one of them, you said how you were younger. When you were younger, your dad was not present in your growing up, and your mother was extremely busy working. So you said you faked an overdose on drugs and landed in the hospital only for them to realize you lied for attention. Why did you do this? Maybe it would be healing for you to talk to us or a therapist about your childhood and why you constantly act so defiant and defensively all the time. It's not healthy for an adult to act this way, especially a Muslim woman like yourself. It's incredibly embarrassing and shameful to Islam to act like this. I am Kuwaiti born and now live in the UK. I would be careful if I were you about what you share online. So you need to deal with your mental health issues from childhood before you die or you get in trouble with the police.
I think that was more of a warning, or that maybe that was that friendly Muslim tap on the shoulder to say, hey, not to be disrespectful, man, but you are very disrespectful and very embarrassing to Muslims. And if I were you, 100%. You need to be a little bit more mindful of the shit you're putting online because they don't play that shit in Kuwait. And you've already violated so much and gotten away with it. So you think. Because I think that they treat social media like we treat drugs over here.
I could see that.
Because they're just stacking up and letting her build a case until they have enough to just, like a Rico.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Did you consider your weight loss career could be hindering your weight loss motivation? We've been saying that.
Ding, 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 ding.
I've spent a lot of energy in my life, in parentheses, I'm old, in the pursuit of men, watching my weight, changing my personality, and fussing over them. And you know what I've realized? Men don't think like women at all. It takes age and life experience before they ever really care about other people, even their women. If you've never had to pursue a man, what would you do with life? What are your interests? That was really nicely written, but that was fucking cold.
It was. It was really nice. I love it. Snarky.
If you do end up ill or bedbound and become unable to make YouTube videos, what's your backup plan to make enough money to continue to continue living how you are without issue?
That's a good question. What happens if the internet goes away?
That's a valid question. Why aren't you doing reaction videos? Why did you change your mind in less than 24 hours? Why are you not taking your insulin to get your blood sugars back to normal and avoid further damage to your body? You are not able to do it with just medication. 10 is not a good fasting blood sugar. So this is the point where your doctor should be putting you on insulin. Do you think you'll actually do what doctors tell you? I've already lost body parts from the beatus, and what you are doing is so scary. Please stop.
Oh, I hope that's a good warning. I hope she read that one.
Sala, proof of life, question mark.
Sorry, nobody cares.
Have you thought about taking Ozempic again or Wegovy? If your sister is a pharmacist, she can likely get you some. Yeah, we've heard that. We've heard about that already. Are you scared about your health issues and how it would affect your future quality of life? It seems you take every diagnosis in stride. What would you do if YouTube ended? Do you ever feel regret about giving up your cats? Do you think that you would? Do you wish you could take them with you? Genuine questions. Is the culture and the way of life in Kuwait lonely? It's so different from the West. I'm just wondering. Also, I wondered how the Muslims there, Salah's established friends and family, if they have accepted you and been nice to you. I hope you have found a place to belong.
All of that has been negatory. That's also a little slight jab. Inferno, we know Inferno says it depends on how much the country has banned social media and hindered internet availability. We're talking about Kuwait, who thinks that Rockstar games, especially Grand Theft Auto,
are haram and shouldn't be used.
Right. And we're also talking about Foodie, who's streaming all hours of the day, all times of the day. And at one point, Salah playing these games that were also banned in Kuwait.
Mm-hmm.
So they could be stacking up a little internet case on them. A little.
I mean, you stop messing with my plant. Why not come clean about the couples channel and Salah? If he's not coming back, why are you together? If what you wanted was a couples channel in the first place.
Good question.
The next one was a long one. I love Q&As. Here's a few. Where do you see yourself 5 years from now? What do you want to have accomplished by then? I've been watching you a long time and haven't really heard you talk about your family. I know you have a sister, I believe, and wanted to know, do you have any nieces or nephews? Also, do you keep in touch with your biological dad? I've also never heard you talk about him much, so I'm guessing he's out of the picture. Do you and Salah spend time with Salah's family? Did you also want to get married quickly and move far away? So much changed so fast for you, and you've handled it really good. Always wishing the best for you, manifesting good health and weight loss for your health this year. You got this. Consistency is key. Listen to this one. Why do you always look up when eating? Why do you always look away from the camera when talking and eating?
Because she's lying.
Will you be in Canada for Ramadan? Your visa expires, doesn't it? How will you do Ramadan without Salah?
She won't. Same way she did last year.
Exactly. Where are you going on your next visit? Love the Thailand trip. Are you and Sala ever going to live in Canada?
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, there is it. Where's your husband?
I couldn't wait.
Can you please unblock people?
For what?
I don't know. Jessica Beska's throwing in, this has nothing to do with anything, but I wish you would react to one of the documentaries about yourself instead of just a reaction. You could clarify things or elaborate. That's a good point.
That's a good point, Jessica. Good deal.
Let's see. What's your weight goal? Where are some places you really want to travel? Excuse me. Biggest pet peeve. Most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to you. Any advice to young women entering their 20s? Something you wish you could tell your younger self? Have you found yourself improving with walking? This one says, where's your hubby? How do you and Sala feel about children? Would you adopt? Do you ever watch old videos of yourself? Can you react to older videos you put on YouTube?
Who asked them about adopting children? Who's that?
Just user with random gibberish right here.
That's right. Better not have a real name. Okay.
Are you afraid of what you're doing to your body? I personally haven't stopped myself from worrying about you. It drains me in a bad way. It hurts us to see someone harm themselves, even if we don't know the person. You're worth it. Please ask for help.
Oh, that's sweet. I like that there's a lot of encouraging messages out there.
Yeah.
So she can see that there's not everybody out here hating on her like she thinks.
You know she's deleting shit she don't want to have to read.
It's impossible for her to be deleting. She would delete the whole post if that's the case.
Do you read? I think escaping with reading is great. I want to recommend Stephanie Plum novels, blah, blah, blah. Good luck sticking to healthy eating and walking. All it takes is consistency. You'll be feeling healthier in a couple of months. What countries are on your bucket list? Are you still friends with Pete's, and what's your husband's view? If yes, do you have a good support system? I know you have your hubby and you talk to your family often, but do you have any friends to talk to? Someone that you can vent to that doesn't judge you? I worry about you, and we all need one person that we can go to when things are hard. Hope all is going well. How do you feel about those 3,000 steps? Jessica Meska again says, what do you miss the most about your life before moving to Kuwait? If you could have any superpowers, would you use them for good or for evil? And these superpowers wouldn't benefit you except to save your life if they were dangerous. Let's say you have only 4 deeds that you can do instead of a standard 3. What ones and why? First thing she would do is take out FFG. And she would find some way to justify it.
Facts.
Because she's evil and she terrorizes the internet with her tabernacle. Okay. So, I want to ask some, and here they are. What are 3 things you love about Kuwait that isn't possible to get, do, and see in Canada? What are 3 things you love about Canada that isn't possible in Kuwait? Do you have times where you want to live stream with Pete and hang out sometimes? I really enjoy Pete's live streams. I wish you could be there more often. I know some people have been really mean to you, and it's been hurtful and also hard to trust people and what they say. But does some of the positive comments and feedback you get from us uplift you even a little bit? What are your goals for 2024? Will you and the husband visit Canada? Do they have many cats and kittens in Kuwait? And do you get to feed them and pet them if they're stray? I think we kind of knew the answer to those already.
I think they'd just be asking her questions we know the answers to see if she's going to answer them. Because I'm really curious as to even the ones that she thinks about answering. Will she even come back to this post? Does she remember that she made this post?
I believe she does, because she's specifically using this for her to have something to record coming up soon.
Content? You think she's gonna make content out of these questions? This would be wonderful. This would be
That's
great.
that's why she asked it. She was like, "Hey, I'm gonna do a Q&A." And this one fucking kills me. Stop calling this woman that. What is one thing about being an influencer that we would be surprised to know? This woman is not a fucking influencer. I'm sorry. If she is, then I am, and that's a fucking joke.
You're an influencer.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What's your goals? What do you want to do in life besides weight loss? And Shala, you complete that. What are you striving for? What's your purpose in life, such as you and your little family?
Oh,
do you have
I
any?
really hope she answers some of these. She won't.
I don't know. We'll see. Do you have any advice for going to inpatient care for eating disorders?
Good question. The answer is no.
Do you have the sugar-free water flavoring packets to add to the water where you are?
The answer is also no. She's not drinking water.
That's just butt kissing. Is there anything you wish you could tell your younger self if you could go back?
Stop.
Do you think YouTube is going to take a stand against stalking? What are the pros and cons of being a YouTuber? If you could tell yourself something 3 years ago, what would it be?
Take diabetes seriously.
Yeah. Would you like an accountability partner? I'm on the same journey and would love someone to stay on track with. If you had one wish for your future self, what would it be?
Not to become this person I am.
Are there any thrift stores nearby you in Kuwait?
That's where we got the couch.
Are there any upcoming Muslim festivals? And if you're allowed to record and if you attend, would you be willing to vlog any of them?
Too many people. I feel like I'm on Family Feud.
It's too people-y, damn it. Are you interested in having a certified diabetic educator? It's easier than you think. You just need the right information.
No, I know it all.
Oh, this one's good. I don't know who asked this question. Is Putin overrated?
That's like knowledge and shit. Poutine?
Putin, as in like Vladimir.
I know. I'm pretty sure she says just add some curds of cheese and some
right.
Bacon.
She's gonna automatically think food.
Yeah, they're talking about Putin.
Who's your favorite?
Sorry.
It's okay. Who's your favorite YouTuber and what other creators do you watch?
615.
I would love to see this. Have you ever been ice skating?
Yeah, but when I did, it caused Antarctica.
You wrong. That's funny though. The very last one. Hey honey, how are you? Will you ever come live? I'm not asking any questions because reading these comments alone can be hurtful and triggering. Just do what you're comfortable with. That's the extent. That's the extent of her. She's had 77 comments over a 12-hour period. And this is what we're getting. This looks like less. That's why I'm saying, you know, that the ones that are real asshole comments, if she was awake, she was deleting them.
You're right. You're right, because there's way less snarky comments out there than should be.
Mm-hmm.
And the ones that were out there were still snarky, but in a nice way. I see she's out there deleting them. It's okay. She had some really good ones to answer. I hope she answers at least one. And I say that even though she's collecting them to make content so that she can possibly, fulfill some needs and get some money out of all of this. But
I would leave a comment. I would leave some questions, but I don't think she's really gonna want me to ask some of the questions I'm gonna ask, because it's gonna be like, do you realize that your diabetes and heart disease puts you 4 times the risk of having a heart attack or a stroke than the average person?
please. Do you need a sock account? I can make a sock account and I can ask this. Just
Do
send me.
you have? Do you understand that once you are no longer mobile, that you are at risk of bed sores? Do you understand what those are? Please Google them.
I do now, and I do not like them at all.
Oh, look. Hey, how about this now? Hang on. I didn't even know this. Look at this.
Hi.
Look. The Foodieverse has got another nurse.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's who. I know. That's who I said I was going to look up the other day. Life and Vibe. Yep.
I think I've only watched one of hers, and she was watching a whatchamadoodle, a mukbang, and she was really talking about. And I had to turn it off because I was getting ready to get a class, but she was like, "Girl, you're lying. Would you please stop lying?" And I was like, "Oh my God." I looked down and I was like, "Oh shit," because I was putting my shoes on when I was listening to it, but I looked down and it was time for me to go, so I had to turn it off, and I just never came back to it.
Oh, this is perfect. See, this is perfect. I'm glad you. Now I'll show it tomorrow. I'll figure it out. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You were going to show her?
Yeah. Yeah.
What? Do you think you was going to hurt my feelings?
Oh no. You're not hurting my feelings either.
I don't care.
I was going to show her and then possibly ask you, what do you think? I was still going to ask you.
You can. That's fine. Well, I mean,
you can never have enough medical advice or enough medical.
Well, I mean, I'm going to tell you, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if she's obviously not from here. I mean, you can tell by her accent. I don't know if she went to nursing school before she moved or after. But, and you know, there are differences, like subtle differences between like the educational requirements overseas versus the United States. But, you know, for the most part, nursing education is pretty well universal. So, I mean, there's not going to be too much that she's going to be able to tell you that I'm probably not going to agree with. So,
well, I think that and I don't know, because
I think really realistically, quit playing with that. That is not for you to mess with. He's trying to play with the speaker.
It's not what cats are going to do.
Yeah, he's doing cat stuff. I don't know. I would love to know how long she's been doing the job.
Well, I'm gonna find out how long she's been doing the job, and the difference is the reason why I would
be curious to see if she. Some people, like whenever they go to RN school, they will go like right into a specialty area, kind of like her. Yeah, everybody kind of like, I never really got into that. I didn't really like the hospital.
Right.
The only part of it that I did like was the ER.
But I'm wondering how far into girl world she is, or she's just randomly passing by.
She seems to be relatively new to girl world. And actually, if you look, she just started covering Foodie a month ago.
And see, that would be a reason why, because you've been here for a while.
I've been before I started the channel, which has been more than a year ago. I was around for a few years, but before she started covering Foodie, which was a month ago, she was doing anti-MLM. See all these right here that I'm hovering, MLM. This one is birthday vlog from the beach. MLM. That one's MLM. This one, misguided. Jessie Lee Ward's misguided medical journey. Taking care of my leg health. Let's talk about feeling overwhelmed. Wellness walk and talk. Health tips. Twisted health advice from retirees. YouTube creator shilling supplements. Brandon Bouchard coaches motivational nonsense. Jessie Lee's cure is not in alignment.
So she's been here on YouTube. She just hasn't been.
She's been on YouTube. This right here, the very first set of videos she's got her from 2 years ago.
And see, that's perfect. See, I can get an outside opinion. We got you for the inside opinion, especially because she's giving the outside opinion strictly off of medical and what she sees and what she views. You're giving off the personality and all that other stuff. So it's a little bit deeper because you know Foodie's behaviors.
Yeah. So I mean, I think mine, I've got like a that's what I was saying. I was curious to know like if she went right into if she went right into the cardiac specialty area. Because there are a lot of people that do that. They'll go through their clinical rotation and they'll find what they like and what they're pulled to, and they kind of tend to stay there. And I did that for a little while when I was in the ER. I stayed in the ER for a while, but then once I got burnt out of working in the hospital, that's when I started doing that jumping around from specialty to specialty, because I like to learn new things and experience new things. And it gives you a broader view of healthcare overall. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with her jumping into cardiac and staying in cardiac if that's what she's done. But I'm just curious about that because, you know, it does to me. I mean, I think for me, and I'm not saying that everybody should be like me, not in the least, but I've got all these varying areas of experience and then personal life experience being an alcoholic and all this other stuff. There's so many different avenues of knowledge base that I get to pull from that I think makes part of what I have to say a little bit more elaborate or different.
That's great. That's great. I love it. This is good.
Did she start covering Foodie Beauty because she's in an MLM now? I mean, maybe. I don't know. There was nothing that mentioned Foodie being an MLM shill. It was mostly just her responding to vlogs. Like the first one she did was like an unhappy Christmas or something like that. And it was Foodie in the car talking. So I'm not sure.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I will figure it out. Yeah. Let's see.
You know she's got to be now. If she was then, you know she was now.
Let's see. Putting this in order here. I don't think I'm gonna do a reaction to her walking. That was just boring. It was boring as fuck to watch her walk around and stop and pose and look here in the dark, trying to be all incognito, and Salah filming the worst big bloated angles he could possibly find. It was bad. It was bad.
Stop it. Let's see what Life and Vibes thing says. Reaction, commentary, and vlog style channel. If you enjoy a peek into somebody else's mind, then you've come to the right place. YouTube is fun. Scammers are everywhere. And I'm an RN training to become an acute care nurse practitioner. I come with expertise with current health topics and to show you how I manage a healthy life in the aging process. Also, I'm obsessed with my dogs, so they'll be a big part of the content.
Cool. Nice. Interesting. Hey, Malachi. Malachi showed up tonight.
Actually, she did one an hour ago about Foodie on her walk.
Good. Interesting. Dank Fupa's got a episode 3 for 90 Day Fiance coming out. That is so hilarious. It's the best thing going right now, if you ask me. We got some pretty good new channels out here too.
It's facts, Fluffy.
Yes, you can always tell whose Foodie's been watching.
Mm-hmm.
She caught me off guard a couple of times because she made me think she was watching me.
Oh, dude, she watches a little bit of everything. And you missed it, my dude. I went into Goose Chuck's live, And she was like, anybody want to come up and talk? And she threw a link out in StreamYard. And I sat for a little bit and I was just like, I noticed nobody was going up there. So I come in here and I hopped on. She's like, hey, I was like, hey, I'm like, dude, I saw you throw that link out. I was like, I thought you'd have a bunch of people in a hurry to get up here with you. I said, but I wasn't about to leave you hanging. And then Erie got on with us and we were having like a whole call. We ended up talking for about an hour and some change. And, she said, oh, I know Foodie watches me. She's like, I always make her mad. She says, I piss her off. She said, so I know she's watching.
Yeah, Foodie does. Foodie's been watching her since Natter.
Oh, yeah. And then we started having a whole conversation about her dissing the little old Italian ladies. And I said, that's okay. I said, we'll just rub it in. I said, I know I'm the only one y'all can see because I'm the only one with my camera on. I said, but I'm older than Foodie by quite a bit. I said, and you would never know it looking at me. And they all started laughing. I said, and then Erie changed her profile picture. I said, Erie said, I'm older than her by a couple of years. I said, and you would never know it looking at you either. I said, and look at Goose Chuck over there. I said, Goose Chuck is probably older than me and you. I said, she's one of the best looking of the bunch of us. And we was all laughing. We were like, that's a shame that she's younger than all of us. I was like, but she is aging like milk. I was like, it's wild. I said, I said, she gonna be so mad thinking that these ugly ass bitches.
And the thing is, that's just a testimony to the amount of delusion that she's under right there. For body positivity is one thing, but ma'am, your delusions are rampant. They're out of control. They're out of order. You have no kind of self-evaluation.
I said too in that stream though too. I said I'll be curious to see when she starts talking about that redneck woman. I said because I'm gonna be that hillbilly in Goose Chuck stream. Watch.
That's okay. I can't wait for her to mention that because I'm gonna die laughing. So okay, well, I think I stayed too long.
Well, I think we both stayed too long. I mean, we got off. We did what we was doing, and then we got off kilter talking about God and everything. I mean,
I think that's good.
That happened. Again, we've been having.
That's what happens when we have good times.
Right. I'm surprised we got as many people still hung around as long as we did. Truthfully, all these folks is like all these folks is like I ain't ready to get off yet. Look at Inferno.
It's a very slow night.
Yeah, I take that into consideration. That was part of why I was like, okay, I will do a live tomorrow night, y'all, because I mean I know there can't be a whole lot going on, and I mean there are obviously other people live right now. I think like Skinny Queen was on for a while.
Yeah, I was supposed to be, but I'm here. I'd rather be here actually, because this has given me chances. Yeah, to set up, reorganize, redo some things. I added something in. Still. Tibbs TV. Wow. That's all I got. Wow.
Skinny says, is eating with Q in a similar situation as Foodie? How far would you travel to find true love?
Is she live? Let me see here.
Oh, she's done now. She got off 16 minutes ago.
Well, you know, Monty's live if you want to go watch Monty.
And
Breezy and Monty, both of them are live. Yeah.
Oh, I would rather shoot myself in the foot than watch Breezy.
Oh my God. Breezy's so...
Monty's not live.
Let me look.
Wait, that says Monty After Dark.
Oh, yeah. Well, you got to do the other one. You know he has like 4 channels because
yeah, all things catch up. Krista Barbie Station.
Crystal Barbie Station is a mess. I can't stop laughing at her, but she is definitely not worthy of coverage time. She has some things that she needs to work out. She's very, very special. She's a very special woman.
Hey, you guys.
Shut up. I just
And
can't do that one.
I look at her page every once and again, her community posts, and I read the comments because they make me laugh. They go really hard on Crystal, and I understand why. I
Well,
understand
the the breezing thing, I just can't get past the voice.
Breezen's voice, and she tries to play like she's the sweetest thing ever. When she's just a mean, venomous, hateful little lady. She's very hateful to sound so sweet. She's very hateful.
Well, I mean, I did tell you it. Got to be careful of stuff like that because even antifreeze is sweet, but it'll kill you. Malachi's got a point.
I would not know if antifreeze is sweet or not. That's not what I'm doing.
Well, no, I mean, we've told you this before. That's why you're really not supposed to store antifreeze where your animals can get to it, because apparently it is sweet tasting and it can poison them. So that's why I say that.
Crystal is a good woman like Paris Hilton. Whatever.
It's wild. So does she mean like true love is in love, or true love like converting to Islam to marry a sex deviant to be a beard with a wallet as love? I'm going to go with number 2.
The latter one. Yes, the number 2. 15 amen.
2,500 miles is how far I traveled, says Miss Blondie.
Well, I'm about to travel up the street to the store before it closes here.
All right. Well, I tell you what, let's kick off of here so you can go do that. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me.
Thank you for having me.
I enjoy being able to talk to you about something other than foodie for a little while.
I enjoyed that too. I think he's got a really good future in front of him if he just keeps on his path. And it's really positive to see somebody make mistakes, get hate, and survive through it in the most positive way. So I have to appreciate him for that.
I do too. And that's part of what keeps me coming back with him, between that and, the fact that he has such a broad worldview for somebody so young that, it's just kind of like I could sit here and listen to him talk about whatever and be content.
I think that's also amazing because he gives me hope for our future, that not everybody's going to be these kids that we have to deal with and see on a regular basis.
I hope so. I hope so. Because I'll be honest with you, I've said that the prospect of getting old and relying on these younger people with the way that they've been lately is fucking terrifying, dude.
It's horrifying. Like, that's why I'm trying to build a robot now to take care of myself. I don't trust my son. I love him to death. Happy birthday and all, but yeah, he's gone. He's 22. He's not coming home no time soon.
Well, best of luck on building Dottie to take care of you.
Thank you. But I had a great time. I appreciate you.
I did too. Thank you for coming to chat with me.
I'll be back whenever you invite me, and I'll let you know when we get that panel going.
Absolutely. And actually, we need to get with Kat, because Kat was the one that was we were talking to about the mental health aspect on Foodie.
Okay, so can we get Kat in Discord maybe?
I believe so. Kat, are you on Discord with us by any chance, if you're still here?
If not, I'm pretty sure we can organize it some kind of way.
Yeah, I'll work it out. I mean, I know she leaves comments and stuff, so I should be able to track her down one way or the other.
Sure, we can plan that. Hey.
But we can absolutely sort that, no problem.
Okay. Yeah, let's work that out. Let's get Kat up here.
Sweet. All right, I'll get on that. We'll sort out something probably for the beginning of the week next week, maybe.
That sounds great.
All righty. Thank you again.
Everybody.
Always
Thank
fun
you.
talking to you, Hannibal.
Have a great night, everybody. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thanks to everybody who decided to come through to hang out in the chat. I really appreciate you guys. It was a good time as always. Thank you so much for making this night, this slow night, come through and be kind of a good time for a while. For those of you guys in the replay, hope the situation with Pierre didn't throw you guys off. We were just kind of expanding our horizons a little bit, and I thought talking about, the complexities of of human relationships and all that stuff would be a nice change of pace from the toxicity of it all that we are normally accustomed to dealing with. So thank you all again for coming through. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. I will see you next time. Bye, y'all.